Alrighty. I think we're live. I think it's all happening. Let me just double check. Yeah, let us know in chat if we're all good, if we're live, if it's all happening. That would be lovely. Welcome. We got the green tea caffeine going. Kelly, welcome. Panda, good to have you. Astro Panda HD, how's that? Primal, good to see you. I'm doing good, Panda. I'm doing good. How you doing? Ready to have some fun today. Get some study going. Now, what? Got a bloody fluff on the chin. Now, today's going to be a study day, fun study day. Nothing much different than the other days that we're doing this. It's going to be kind of a wild card. We might do some sculpting. Who knows? We might do some... I'm feeling character stuff today, more so, I think. So I'm feeling, yeah, we'll do some character stuff. We'll do some warm-ups as usual, because they are very important. Oh, Roy, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it, my friend, and welcome. Thanks for popping past. Fred, thank you, Fred Flintstone. Big fan. Hossein, good to see ya. Oh, awesome, Panda. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Z, welcome. Hamza, what's going on? That's Sugar Beats. How you doing? You and Sparkles, I tell you what, you're going to do a sparkle stream. A colourful sparkle stream. I might actually warm up this time, shake it up a little bit with some sketches, more so, like some character sketches and things like that. Alright, good to see ya. Maya, howdy. Seneca, I'm doing well. Good to see you pop in. Glad to have you all. I'd love to... I enjoyed doing the anatomy last week as well. So I reckon we might do a little bit more of that. We're just going to bloody have some fun. So get your tablets out, get your iPads out, get your pieces of paper out. Speaking of pieces of paper, I want to do more traditional stuff. I just got to figure out the camera setup for that. So I might even do some traditional streams in the near future. Let's, what am I doing? I'm just perusing bloody Pinterest at the moment. What do we want? We want figures, but there can be some nudies in here. So we're going to throw this on the other screen just briefly. I just need to get some quick reference, get it going. I think just jump straight into it, you know what I mean? Please do a fairy. I'm not making any promises, Sugar Beats. These are so all over the place. We might end up doing a fairy, but I don't want to make any promises. Oh no. Oh, Lonks. Well, hopefully you can watch the replay. Hamza, what's my least favorite facial feature to draw and paint? I don't really have one, to be honest. Sugar Beats. So I'm just on a random playlist as well on Epidemic Sound. So it's going to be eclectic again, like last week. So I'm just looking at some references on my other screen at the moment, just quickly. We'll get a warm-up canvas rolling. Okay, so these ones here that I'm getting, gonna be showing, they're just a couple from Graphite Studio, not sponsored, not anything like that. There's like, they've got like a free sample pack, which is cool, on their Gumroad. And I have bought from them before, so it's like they've got high quality stuff. But if you've got references you want to go with, you do you, boo. Alright, so we've got a face, we've got a body. I wonder what YouTube's appetite is for ladies in bikinis. Or like underwear, because she's posing and it's underwear, but it's not. Let's not risk it. Mind you, I drew a dude on his underwear, so it shouldn't really make any sense, make any difference, should it? Oh, let's just go these two, because the sample pack's kind of eclectic. This gives me narco vibes, this music. Oh, come on, I'm getting what do I choose? What do I choose? It's a warm-up then, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's do... Bugger it, let's do this one, okay? Bam, bam, bam. We've got 3 warm-ups. They're people this time. It is what it is. Okay, so starting with figure this time. And then I might end the warm-up with a little bit of an environment thing just to keep that habit going. Just so we keep our practice up, because I still want to get better at environment stuff. I'm just going to crop these for simplicity's sake. What I want to focus on here is actually pushing these shapes. Right, whatever I'm drawing here, I want to see how I can push the poses. Blissful, another berry, awesome. Very cool. Hopefully this one's the berries. Hopefully it is. I'm going to have fun with it. I hope you all do too. Okay, so let's get cracking, shall we? Alright, so I'm not drawing today. This is an actual warm-up for me. Like they all are, really. We're doing it for a reason. Eduardo, welcome. Alex, good to have you. May, does art help with does music help with my art process? It's entertaining. I like having it on. Not generally this kind of music, but I have very eclectic tastes, so this is really just for stream. But I like having it on. Sometimes I'll even I'll do the old binaural beats where it's just like static sort of sound. Depends what I'm doing. If I need to concentrate, I'll probably have the static sound going more so than sort of any particular song, because sometimes the lyrics if I'm trying to think of something, for example, if I'm editing a video, I'm trying to concentrate, the lyrics can sometimes throw me off. So there's that. Jeez. I feel like an angel would look pretty in your style. Yeah, right, here you go. Maybe this is the... We'll do that kind of thing for this guy, maybe. There you go, sugar beets. We'll get an angel going, maybe. Never drawn an angel before, but we'll have a play. Adam, welcome. Blissful. A good exercise for confident line strokes is doing this sort of stuff. Here, like dot line, right? Because what you want to get to is, at least for me, what helps me out and speeds up my process is just being able to throw the lines down where I want them to and not having that be a barrier to what I'm thinking about, if you know what I mean. So just like dot, see if you can draw the line there. Dot, see if you can draw on the line there. Also, throw on a bit of smoothing up here. You need a bit of smoothing? Throw on a bit of smoothing. Nothing wrong with that. Which helps the lines be a little bit more, I don't know, fluid sometimes. You don't want to use it as a crutch as much though. Geez, that's a calf and a half, isn't it? Bloody hell. Kwanzai. Actually, I do hope that you may do some video about AI, this topic. What do you think if we become illustrators? Should we worry? Yeah. I've talked about it a bit on stream. I've got kind of a different, I'm sure some people have talked about it like this. I see it as a massive opportunity to stand out as an artist yourself, because there's going to be an influx. Well, there already is kind of just like AI generated stuff, right? No one knows who these artists are. There's no real, I'm sure there is some thought behind it, definitely. But I think there's going to be like a swing back to this whole market's going to get oversaturated with the AI stuff. People want to know more about people. I'll always give this analogy with chess. What, in the 90s, or even the 80s or 90s, people there was an AI that could just dominate any chess player. But chess is bigger than ever. So I think there's a massive opportunity to, one, if you want to become a content creator, not just for content's sake, but actually showing your, getting your IP or your comics or your game ideas or your character ideas out to people by showing you as an artist, your experiences, your way of thinking, your personality. All right, so I'm not looking to compete with AI. I'm not playing the same game, if that makes sense. That's the way I look at it. But there will be jobs that are lost, but I'm personally never wanted to work at a studio or anything like that. It's never been a goal of mine, so it's not so much of a concern. For me, I'm sharing my journey. I've kind of come into this industry through the back door. I feel like I have, right? This stuff I was doing anyway because I found it fun. And then I just started to share my stuff online and people kind of started to resonate with it. And now I'm sort of teaching people how to do it and da-da-da-da-da. So, yeah, take that with a grain of salt. That's just my thoughts on it, my high level thoughts on it, I guess. I'm not competing with AI personally as an artist. Whereas I think a lot of the fear is with the jobs in studios, which I have no experience with. But I did watch an interview yesterday with a bunch of awesome artists, like Adam Duff did an interview, and they were saying that these bigger studios don't want to, like, some of them don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. They've got enough lawsuits with all their other stuff, you know. They don't want to risk all this weird copyright stuff as well. So it's all up in the air from that side of things at the moment. But I would recommend, as Sugar Beats would know, diversifying your skill set, right? So that's why I'm getting more and more into like sculpting, and I was doing that anyway, AI art or not, like always sort of developing different skills. That's just something that I enjoy doing, but it just sort of builds a moat around your uniqueness, I guess, and then couple that with looking at different ways of making a career out of this, rather than the standard go to a studio, clock in, clock out, that sort of deal, which is still viable. Like there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And to be honest, the clients, like for example, if you're doing freelance, the clients that want to use AI stuff versus like your stuff, you kind of don't really want them as clients anyway, because they'll be looking for other shortcuts to do other stuff. It's just not like a client you'd really want to work with, I don't think. Again, this is my opinion only, but I'm much more like I see it as an opportunity to stand out as a person, because we're people versus people prompting shit, and that's that, and just the final image, you know. So yeah, that's kind of my 2 cents. Sugar beats. Oh god. Do I prefer lo-fi or synthwave? I honestly don't know the difference. My apologies on my ignorance there. Cuisine, welcome. Jessica, I am Australian. I am very Australian. Will I ever do Frank full body piece? I certainly will. Frank's here to stay, I reckon. Seneca, offer him a Foster's. You know Foster's is a lie. Foster's is an absolute lie. It's not a lie. It's real, but we don't drink that here. Like it's just not a. It's not a thing. It's like the bloody shrimp on the barbie. We don't call them shrimp. We call them prawns. It's it's marketing bullshit. If you came here and said, "Oh, throw us another shrimp on the barbie," you just get eye rolls. You're like, "Oh, you fucking idiot." He's like, "Oh, you want to chuck it? Throw a couple of prawns on there." Then you'll be, yep, no one about an eyelid. It's all a lie. I hate to say it. Jessica, yeah, I got a tutorial out at the moment, but I'm working on a course for stylization and like really pushing shapes and moving away from the reference and how I do that, and how you can do that as well. So that's going to be a fun one to release sometime mid this year, maybe. I mean, we're almost at mid this year, but a little bit over the other side of mid this year. But I'm going to have some people live in like a live cohort. How did I learn anatomy and figure drawing? Designer Dash. Welcome, Designer Dash. It's just, what this music, I tell you what, fucking hell. I've literally just got it on a random playlist from Epidemic Sound. It's like the latest tracks apparently. So yeah, I don't think I've learnt it yet. So it's not something that is sort of like done. I'm always kind of discovering different ways of doing things, understanding the body. I'm in no way like an expert at any of this. But what I did do is this kind of thing that helps is draw my own characters and see if I can map the anatomy onto my own characters into like a slightly different pose and start to see if I can fit I'm sorry, I've got to change this. This is too eclectic for me. Synth, what was it? Synth wave? Synth wave. We'll give that a shot. Do we have playlists that are synthwave? Is this synthwave? I don't know. Just need some background stuff just to keep it going. So where was I? Yeah, anatomy and figure drawing. It's a bloody big question. But anatomy and figure drawing are two different things to me. You'll notice here it's just like real simple shapes. Right? Really, really simple shapes to begin with. Anatomy gets into the nitty-gritty, the nitty-gritty of like, okay, where does this eye socket come in? But this isn't like a real person, right? So we've got to kind of like invent, if we were to think about the skull, right? We've got to think about, okay, where do these eye sockets kind of fit in? Blah, 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 you know? So that's kind of anatomy, and that's just a lot of hunting for solutions to a problem that you have. For example, instead of looking at the whole body and saying, okay, today I'm going to sit down and I'm going to draw the skull, and then I'm going to study the neck bones, and then I'm going to study the clavicle, and blah, blah, blah. Why not? Well, what I like to do is chunk it down. One day I might be like, all right, skull time. Okay. And then I get like a piece of reference and I'm like, okay, what do I want to learn first? How does the eye sockets, how do the eye sockets relate to like the nose and like fold into there? And just go on the hunt for that. Look at skulls, get them all in different angles, look at 3D models, that sort of stuff. And as you do that, because you're putting it in your own context, because you've asked the question in your head, right? And even on the page here, you're like, okay, I've drawn it this way, but it's not looking correct. Like some of the eye sockets might be off, right? So then you go on the hunt and then you go, okay, where's the anatomy? Where does that actually, do I need to knock that in a little bit? Do I need to put more of the back of the skull here? Blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I got a lot of thoughts on, but it's only coming from my experience. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's just sort of how I did it and how I kind of feel like I got better quite a lot faster than I had been before. So it's all just based off of my own, whatever. I actually like this skull. If we have him as like a skull dude, and then you can have like, whatever, like normal human, well, it's not like he's not a human, but just like skin or something. I don't know. It's kind of cool. Blissful. I love Frank. He's making another cameo in the next video as well. Panda, as a content maker, how do I commit to deadlines or a schedule? I get really clear on the goal as to why I'm doing the thing that I'm doing. And then usually that gets me over the line because it's like, all right, why am I posting here? Well, there's multiple reasons now because it's a business. One, each post I get sales, right? So there's like a business aspect and I need revenue coming in. But two, it's like momentum. What would it look like if I didn't do this post? Right? So I kind of think forward and I'm like, that can potentially become a little bit of a slippery slope. I push it out for another day. It's fine if I push it out for another day. I can put it, but sometimes I need to though. Like for example, the YouTube video, I'm happy to polish that until I'm happy that it's ready to sort of go out, you know. But I guess it's just being disciplined and starting small as well. Starting small, not because if I threw myself in like a year ago into my schedule that I've got now, streaming every Monday, multiple posts a week, YouTube video, working on the course, other sort of workshops on top, I would be very overwhelmed. So you kind of get acclimatized to the workload as you go. So yeah, starting small helps a great deal as well. I don't know why I like chunky extremities, like the forearms. Blissful, awesome. No, that'd be great. Great if we could get you in here. Spiral hook fang. It's hard to say how long it takes. It can take anywhere from like a couple of hours to like days. It really, really depends on what the content is, or like what the drawing is, right? Is it a super complex multi-character sort of thing, or is it just like a head, like a portrait? Very different time frames. And is it fully rendered? What style of rendering is it, you know? Is it more loose? Is it more painterly? Is it fully rendered so it looks like a 3D model sort of thing? There's that to take into account as well. So yeah, hard to put an exact time limit on it, but anywhere from a couple of hours to days. Quays, welcome. What have I been up to? Same old, same old. Just having fun, drawing, making content, doing the streams. Big plans. Planning a bunch of stuff. Yeah, what about you? How you been doing? Seneca. Yeah, what a compliment. Patrick Brown, he's awesome. Another Aussie, I believe. Maybe this shape language is an Aussie, an Aussie kind of thing. Let's move this lady down. Now, one thing I like to do when I've got standing poses is to really ground the feet, like make sure this makes sense in perspective. Right, so I'll have this foot, even though I'm going to make it a little bit more wobbly and a little bit more stylized, make sure that these actually feel like they're on the ground. They're actually like sitting there, right? And that can really like ground the character and make it look like they're stuck to the bloody floor instead of having them kind of floating. Frenchie, welcome, welcome. Good to see ya. Ola Diti, welcome. Great to have you. Toki, I appreciate it. Good to see you. It's not so much easy. I wouldn't say it's easy. You might notice when I'm talking and then I go to put a stroke down or like a few strokes down. I like stop talking because I'm concentrating on sort of what's going to make sense here, you know? So it's not so much easy, it's just I've done a lot of it. So the thing about perspective here, so it's going back in space. I might want to put let's duplicate these down. Make the head a little bit bigger, why not? I mean, this is just impractical. How's he going to reload? He's got no holsters either. See, this is where we need imagination. I wonder if we could do something other than guns. Not like I've got anything against them. I just want to see if like we can do something different. He's also a skull guy with ears, so there's that to contend with. I want to start understanding a little bit more about like not cross-hatching in particular, but more like line work I've learnt a lot about. Not like I've mastered it or anything, but that's actually what the next YouTube video is about. But even just doing that shading in a way where it complements the line work as well. So it's kind of like shading, but very selectively and almost like very graphically. Redacted. What's going on, Benny Franklin? Gustavo, great to have you. Welcome from Brazil. Jessica, how did I start in art? I've been drawing on and off for most of my life. Just copying Pokemon cards and DVD covers and that was really it. And then I just kept going. But then when I say on and off, I mean like off. Like there was years where I didn't really draw at all. And then I came back to it. And then I was more into like music. And then I came back to art, and then I went back to music. So it's like, yeah. There you go, Sugar Beats. We can... I don't know how to do wings, but you get the idea. And this is the thing, right? This is one of the main things one of my like really big aha moments that I've found was, see, like I've never drawn wings like this before, but I can imagine the 3D forms, right? I can imagine this going back in space, and we're going to need to tweak the shapes and whatever if we were to polish this up. But we can like figure it out. It's like, okay, what is it at its basic form? It's just like a flat plane going back in space, right? Then maybe we have like some larger sections of where the wings are and blah blah blah, and then you can just start to experiment with these shapes, right? You see this one's going back in space, so we're going to see less of it. Don't know if I like it though. This is where we'd use reference. We'd pop onto Pinterest and do our thing. I'll just keep a little ghosting or an echo of that there. You know it, Redacted. Good old Asaro head. Old mate. I don't have any traditional drawings on me at the moment. But yeah, definitely in the future. Spiral Hook, good to have you. Mitchell, glad to have you here again. Joni, it's in the description, all my tools that I'm using. Sugar Beats, am I excited for the Barbie movie? No, not really. I've got no idea what it's like. What is it meant to be? I haven't seen any trailers or anything like that. I don't, yeah. No, not particularly. I feel like with all the talk of fairies and sparkles, that'll be right up your alley. Quace. Doing a crunch on the uni work. Glad to have you. Thank you for keeping me company. The Art of Doug. Another one from Brazil. Thank you so much. Welcome. Yeah, he would, wouldn't he, Blissful? Let's do the old flipperoo as well. See how we're feeling. What can we do? Like, what are we... Like, this is an experimentation day. There's nothing, like, set in stone. It's not... Like, what is he gonna do? Maybe we look at some wings. Maybe we get some reference up. Mind you, this is still a warm-up, so... Maybe we leave him here, actually. Let's keep the warm-up rolling. And just give him some... I don't know, just whatever. He's not holding anything at the moment. But... yeah, let's put him on ice. All right, we'll come back to him. As I keep noodling with him. Yeah, that's a pattern I tend to do. All right, he's there. Cool. Fun little study. All right, next one. Let's do a face. Move him here. Oh, I should have the bloody warm up. .png. There we go. Still in warm up mode. All right, old mate. Fancy pants over here. do you think? This is where we could do like a skull study as well. So we could just have some fun knocking out some shapes. Not looking for likeness necessarily, although it might happen. You never know. But I want to see how simple I can get. His eyes are like a big part of what I'm seeing here. And his neck angle, we can like have his neck. See, even that, we've got real simple 2D shapes. Right, oh, hold on. Let's get to another view so you can see the whole bloody thing. There we are. Warm up. So starting off with these like real 2D shapes. And I'm thinking about maybe the eye sockets. 2D shape with the nose here. Maybe we like really exaggerate that. Throw in his, if he's looking at us. Tiger Salmon, welcome. Did I learn everything by myself? No, I took courses and stuff like that. I went to uni for a little bit for industrial design, which helped a little bit with the drawing, but I dropped out after like a year. So yeah, even if I did go to like art school, like the traditional art school, I'd still need to learn by myself, you know? They just give you assignments. They don't move your hand and hold your hand and draw the bloody thing. So there's that. You've always got to learn by yourself, regardless. So yeah, pretty much. Let's see what we can do with these eyes. So we've got the lids sort of folding over. Might have him looking off this way a little bit. Saul, how do I stay zoomed out all the time? Practice. That's something that I have to really focus on, because I tend to go zoomed in and zoomed out all the time. So on the same layer every freaking time. I tell you what, it's getting ridiculous. Maybe this guy is this guy. That could be cool. But also this is a warm-up, so just relax everyone. Let's not bloody jump ahead. Let's erase this. I would like to knock the ear back in. Oh, what is going on? Merge them. Thank you. I'd like to knock the ear back more in 3D space, so it's more of like an ellipse rather than a circle that I had. So let's knock that ear back. Just throw the eyes, just rough them in. So we kind of get it in a little bit of accidental likeness, which is kind of cool. Excuse me. Jesus, welcome. Thank you so much from Venezuela. Melissa, welcome. Good to have you back. LH, always a uni grind, yep. Sugar Beach, yeah, it might be more Toy Story vibes. A gerbil in a sloop. In a sloop. Because I saw Slurpee and Suit. Yeah. Okay. LH, how'd I learn to push those shapes so much? By practice. Annoying answer, I know. But I would always be concerned about, oh, what if it doesn't look good? You've got to get past that and experiment. Otherwise, you don't know what's going to work. You have no idea of how far you can push the shapes and for what reason. Right, if you're going for likeness, there's sometimes only so far you can push certain shapes before it starts to not look like the person. Or if it's more like you're not too concerned about the likeness, push them as far as you bloody want. And then looking at other artists where you like how they've pushed their shapes, etc., and then sort of study from that. But like the shapes I'm pushing, they're grounded in three-dimensional forms, if that makes sense. So I could find where I'd want, like if we had the skull here, I could find the eye sockets, I could find the zygomatic arch, I believe it's called. That sort of going back in space, and then this coming in here, and then you've got the tooth thing. So it is kind of, I'm thinking about structure, but also the 2D shapes as well. I kind of like flip back and forth between those two ways of thinking. If I would draw 90s Barbie one day. Well, I want to keep you around, Sugar Beat, so no, I'm not going to draw it then. He does, doesn't he? That's a good point, LH. An old Draco Malfoy. Catch you later, Jessica. Thanks for popping in. Key. Oh, awesome. Thanks so much. You found me through Pinterest. That's interesting. Yeah. That's good. That's other people posting stuff. I've got a personal Pinterest. But no, that's awesome. No, glad to have you. It's crazy when you hear where people find you. This is the power of sort of social media. Some through Twitter, some through Instagram, some through Pinterest, and some just through the recommended, which is on YouTube, which is pretty nuts. I'm in a skull drawing mood today. I might just want to draw his skull. Do like 2 versions of him and see if we can find the skull. Aaron, if I'm doing it on stream, because there's no real end goal, I'll maybe an hour or so, hour and a half, and then it just blends into the stream. Streams are different. Streams are a different beast. They're not like a normal work. I will go longer than I would if I was doing something, say, for a client, or if I needed to get something done for a post or whatever. It's very indulgent, this sort of stuff. So warm-ups are kind of whatever. But maybe like half an hour, 15 minutes, anything that I can do just to get the hand-eye coordination kind of married up. It really helps. It's a habit that I've wanted to get into, so I just always do it on stream as well, instead of just jumping straight into it. So he's feeling pretty fun. I've also seen some artists as well that I want to... Excuse me, sorry. I got a bit of a... whatever you call it. They'll actually play with different greys. So instead of like opacity, they'll mess around with different greys in their sketch as well, which looks kind of cool. I've just started to notice this a little bit. So then you can have kind of like hierarchy in some of the lines. So like these eyebrows, I wouldn't necessarily want them like super dark or anything like that. So that's just doing more of like a grey. But I'm not rendering. It's literally just, yeah, doing stuff in different colors. Or different values, I should say. Something to play. It's all play. All messing around, all just having fun. No stress. Then maybe if we knock him back and then see if we can build on top of him. What do we want to do? Maybe we find this skull. So let's see. So we've got our sort of leading lines here. Maybe the skull, the eye sockets are kind of here maybe. You've got this part. For those that are new, welcome. You'll learn quickly that I don't have a working knowledge of all the bones and the names of the muscles and that sort of stuff. So I'll oftentimes just say this thingy and that thingy. So I'm just going from memory at the moment, so it's not going to be super anatomically correct, but neither is his head at the moment, so that's fine. So maybe because he's got a little pointy chin, maybe that sort of comes across in the skull itself. So maybe the skull is like here, and there's jaw. It's like here somewhere. It's all discovery. All just playing about. It's looking very alien, and I don't hate it. Yeah, let's maybe do something like that. And he got his neck with all his vertebra. Vertebra. So the eyes would sit in there somewhere. I think his skull might be a little bit flatter. Redacted. Saying some crazy shit, man. That sounds like a fantastic idea, Sugar Beats. I want to do more of that drawing outside. You know, going to a museum, drawing some of these dinosaurs and dinosaurs, because that's all I'd want to draw. But yeah, no, just go and do more traditional stuff. Getting outside. It's kind of right, kind of not right. His head's at a different angle. It's like tilted a little bit more, but what are you going to do? That's fine. Maybe I want to practice, because it's a warm-up, cleaning up my lines a little bit. So let's get both of these. Actually, no. Let's duplicate that. Let's come here. Maybe I want to do like half his face showing. So half the skull, half his face somehow. I don't know. Just playing around with both of these, because I've done both of them. Might as well have a play around, you know. So let's merge these two down. Knock this one back. Maybe I can keep them separate. This is the thing as well, like having fun with the warm-ups. Doesn't have to be a very academic process, you know what I mean? It can be. Definitely can be if you want it to be, but alright, we come here and clean up our lines, clean up our thinking. Let's have the eyes. Let's keep the eyes where they are. Oh, we got some saxophone going. Bloody hell. So maybe we have some of this showing. A little bit of the skull maybe. I don't know what I'm doing, to be perfectly honest. Some zombie stuff by the looks of it. Alfero, welcome. Otis. Well, it's each to their own, you know. Who cares? Don't like this, my style, whoever's style is cool. Seneca, yeah, it's something I've been working on more and more, is sort of going away from the photo reference. Sort of come back and take a look and say, okay, what can I use here, and then sort of come back, and it's just a guide if I want it there. Mustafa. Image size. No, canvas size. Let's have a look. What am I working with? 4320 by 5400. That's what I'm working with at the moment. Alfero, good question. I like this. That line. That line brings this from a... let's go back to the skull. This line here, for me, brings the skull into 3 dimensions. Right, because now we've got an angle going back that way, going back that way. We've got planes to work with. So this is what I like to use to really frame the skull. And it can change from skull to skull. I'm not married to that, but that's one that does really help me. If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Oh, awesome, Aaron. Yeah, no, it'd be good to hear you get on with it. Because yeah, well, it kind of makes sense. We warm up for everything else. If we're going for like a run or we're doing sport or something, it's the same. Even like with coding or something like that, if I'm doing that, I might just warm up with like an easy problem, just to get the mind ticking over, you know. Blissful, I haven't. Melissa, now I've got a story about mermaids and why I'm traumatized by them. Not really, but I think I might make like a little reel about it. I have mentioned it on stream like ages ago, but it's funny. It's funny. It's not actually traumatizing, but it was when I was younger and I went to Japan. Something happened. And I've never drawn a mermaid because of that. Not really. I just have never been in a situation to draw a mermaid. Got nothing against them. I'm sure they're lovely people. So yeah, so I'm just working on my line work here as well. Trying to get better. Understanding of things, chunking shapes out, you know. I do want to do that anatomy stream as well, though, like that health, like fitness anatomy stream. So if we work on the chest, every like 20 minutes we got to do like 5 push-ups, and we all do it in solidarity for our health, our physical health, our mental health, because we sit all bloody day. And I really love the gym and all that sort of stuff. So I think that'd be kind of funny. We just do it maybe a separate day from today, because today is just sort of starting the week off doing random stuff. Then if we want to like do some stuff like anatomy study, if we're working chest, we bloody or the pecs and like the insertions into the arm, we've got to do 5 push-ups every 20 minutes. And if we're going for 6 hours, we're getting a workout in, babe. It's going to be great. Alright, might be going too deep with this. This is still technically a warm-up, I guess. There is no line on these streams for what is a warm-up and what isn't. Who cares? It's kind of cool looking, I guess. It's like he's had his nose ripped off somehow. How? I don't know. His nose is just... maybe he's holding his nose. Nah. Farouk, I agree. Skulls are bloody fun to draw. Very. Yay. Sugar beets, you're bringing the whole bloody everything in the kitchen sink to the woods. The angle arrow, thank you so much for sharing that. Mate, I am better off knowing that, so I appreciate you. Sabeswa, welcome. Great to have you here. All right, let's leave him here. I've had a bit of fun with this guy. Now let's have a look at what we can do here. Okay, so the pose, she's got some... is that a kimono? Not really, I don't know what it is. I like this, what I've done here. He's kind of cool, so I want to see if I can get a little bit of his essence here as well. Maybe she's another skull lady. It's like a theme for the warm up. Farouk, yeah, I guess. Yeah, sometimes I try and draw in a comic book style. I haven't tried really hard to do it. Quace, yeah, that's a really good way to put it. I'm giving the viewer context clues to the spatial orientation of the skull, 100%. And that's what we got to do. We got to make some of this like pretty clear as to what's going on. Now I might be more flowy with this sketch to test it out. The only thing is, the annoying thing is, because you've got all this covering her, I've got to kind of guess as to where the twists are, kind of. So come down here, There's going to be a little bit of construction needed. This is going to get messy. That's okay. It's gonna get messy. So we need like the orientation. We can kind of fake that a little bit and have this kind of twist coming down here. It's kind of an awkward pose, to be honest. Not loving that I chose this. That's alright, we'll work with what we've got. Let's knock this back. Do. I've actually begun to really start liking drawing over, well, not over, but just like with things a little bit messier on the canvas, and not so like, okay, new canvas, clean slate. Because I can start to pick up some ideas that I did here. Yeah, it depends. When I'm rendering, I'll oftentimes use a bunch of layers and then merge them into one. But just with this, I'm just doing one layer. Doesn't matter. One thing I've learned about the collarbone as well recently, like your clavicle, if we look at this as like a top-down view, say like the head's here, right? And you got your shoulders here. The clavicle actually does this sort of deal. So it's not like straight. It actually like wraps around. Some of you might be like, duh. But this is one thing that I've started to really not focus on, but one thing I'm being a little bit more mindful of when I'm... So you got these shoulder blades. This kind of thing, they kind of wrap back. So if I'm thinking about that, that clavicle is going to do something there, and that clavicle is going to do something like that ish. I'm just trying to find these shapes, find what's going on. Discover. Oh, that's awesome, Alfero. Melissa, do knee push-ups. Knee push-ups are good if you can't do normal push-ups. Griffith, OG, appreciate you. Great to have you. Elon did. 4 a.m. Bloody hell. Oh, Key, very cool. Very cool. Thanks, Sugar Beats. Hope you're feeling better soon. Yeah, I've seen the game, The Ghost of Tsushima. It was very cool art. I loved how it was like old, like back in the day kind of vibe to it. I mean, Samurai was kind of, yeah, it is back in the day, but you know what I mean. This is a tricky one I got myself into. So that's going to wrap around there. It's going to come up. Something like that, probably. Yeah, maybe we just could turn this into a skull lady as well. Actually, maybe we just knock it all back. Oh no! No! Working on the same layer. It's not the end of the world, but it's just freaking annoying. Fuck. All right. Let's see if we can discover some more shapes. I have no idea, redacted. Alfero, it does. It does. And that's a nice thing to remember as well. So it kind of then connects into the shoulder blade if we're looking at like the top down view. Bicycle handlebar. That's a good one. That's a very good one. Jace from Jamaica. Very cool. Welcome. Unintelligent being. I guarantee that's not true. But no, I'm glad to hear it, that it's motivating. That's awesome. Okay, let's take a look here. Let's find these shapes. Where are they? Let's do the old flipperoo again. Yeah, might as well keep the pattern of the skulls. Keep them going. Let's make the head bigger as well. Make it more stylized. Start pushing these shapes. These shapes aren't pushed enough for my liking. Let's take a look here. It looks really wonky at the moment. What's going on? There are some issues. I'm not liking it. I'm not a fan. Ugh. Let's just keep the big shape to begin with. See if we can push some of these shapes and maybe it will fit in somewhere a bit later. So this clavicle is going to kind of bicycle handle. I like that. Okay, so if we're looking here, this is coming towards us. So that would be more like that. If we want these big forearms. This is like part anatomy study, part stylization messing about, part all sorts of stuff. This is a weird one, this one. Maybe try and find like that face. Let's see, more of the top of the head. That's what might be feeling a little bit off. Unintelligent, appreciate you. Thanks. It's just a lot of practice. But I'm still learning how to control it as well. Sometimes it gets away from me and it is very annoying. All right, maybe do one more pass over this one. Then we'll take a little break. And then we'll figure out what we're doing for the rest of the stream. We'll do some painting. We can do whatever we want. Durdlin, great to have you. I'll keep watching, man. Or lady. Durdlin, cannot tell. I hope you're all having a great time drawing and sketching yourself. And once again, thank you for keeping me company. See, it was looking kind of jank before. Whoa, forgot that the microphone was here. My apologies for that. It was looking kind of jank before. But it's slowly getting there. That's one thing I've learned, is just to keep pushing to within reason, keep just pushing forward and seeing where you can get with it. Because I used to throw away a bunch of my artwork because it wasn't looking right. Fabian, what's going on, man? Dazzling, welcome. Animated from South Africa. It still, I say this every time, it still boggles my bloody mind. We got people from all over the place just popping in. Popping into my office in little old Adelaide, Australia. This is still very rough. But that's fine. See if we can get a bit of clarity here. Alright, that'll do. Without, this is one that I could easily get lost in for another however many freaking hours. Let's maybe just do the outline a little bit darker. See if we can get some, just a little bit more clarity. It is very much still a sketch. Yeah, alright. Stop right there. Thank you very much. Alright. So we've done warm-ups, kind of, okay, we've gone for a couple of hours. So, old mate here, Mr. Scully Pants, skeleton dude here. I actually really like this guy. I'm kind of happy with how he turned out. She's okay. There's still more pushing of shapes that I'd like to do here. But that's a little bit of work that we can maybe work on after the break. I did want to actually color a sketch that I did for the YouTube video on stream. So I can kind of like hit two birds with one stone, if you know what I mean. So that might be my plan. Whoop. Stream shapes skull people. There we go. That's how I save stuff, so I will forget it in the future of what it was all about. Sellers 5,000, thank you so much. You know it, Fabian. Yeah, synthwave apparently this is called. I have no idea what it was called. Unintelligent, thank you. Yeah, no, I love pushing the calves and the forearms. I don't know why. I don't know why. Ashin, welcome, welcome, welcome. Alfaro from the South Coast, nice one. Oh, animated, that's so cool. Yeah, I'll find a bunch of different ways, a bunch of different formats help me in different ways. Yeah, longer streams are kind of cool. I don't know if I actually watch any of them. Personally, I do them, but I don't know if I actually watch any longer streams. I like some of the faster paced stuff as well, like the YouTube videos, even the time lapses, because I can start to break down. I can see in the beginning what's going on, and kind of break down the process as well a little bit faster. But it all depends on what I'm working on as well. Mixter, I'm well, Mixter. How you doing? What shortcut do I use to rotate the image horizontally? So it's Command F, but it's bound to view flip horizontal. Right, so I just made a shortcut there for flip horizontal. Ba, 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 ba. Which is cool, and it helps out a lot. Hector, So I'm working with a canvas size of 4320 by 5400. Anything above sort of like 3000 pixels is good. That sort of can give you some crispy lines. This just gives me a bigger canvas to work on for these sort of streams, so I can go up, bounce about. But you see it does, if I go up into super detail, it gets pretty pixelated. So yeah, it really depends on what your use case is. And as I said, I was going to have a break, but look at me, I can't help myself. It's a compulsion. I need help. Send help. Cannot stop. Do like character figure workshops, kind of like Ahmen Aldoori's Ref Wednesdays. Yeah, I want to add in some more variety to these streams. This is kind of just like a variety stream at the moment. But it could very well turn into, like, I want to slowly add in more. Like, to be perfectly honest, I'm finding it hard to keep up with the stuff I'm working on at the moment. Like, even just replying to people in Discord and that, it's like I've got to really start to systematize some of this stuff. So yeah, no, I've got a lot of plans. A lot of plans. This hand should be a tad bit bigger. Oh, don't tell me that I was drawing on the other layer. No, I wasn't. Good. Shiver me timbers. Alright. I think the head can even be bigger. I think that's what's bugging me. What on earth? Because I didn't grab the part that I needed to grab it. That's bloody why. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, it feels kind of cool. I could have some fun playing around with this later on. Maybe not this stream though. I actually want to get the other sketch done, so I'm going to catch up with stream real quick, then go on a 10-minute break, and then I shall reconvene. We'll get that sketch up that I want to work on for the YouTube video, and then we'll color it. We might do some studio lighting, and yeah, have some fun painting. Emily, welcome. Welcome, great to have you. Oh, awesome, Animated. Welcome to the Discord. Unintelligent, yeah, in the description. Redacted. I don't know what you're talking about. Make sure you use bug spray if they're bugging you. Who's bugging me? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, 10 minutes starting. Now. welcome back. Okay. Let me just grab this. All right, you might have a quick sneak preview at a few of the sketches of the YouTube video. So don't tell anyone, alright? No, this is not the one I wanted anyway. Damn. What have we got? YouTube line work. This is the one. No. 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 Yes. This is the one that I would like to work on today. And just sort of render out and have some fun with it. So let's take both of these and add them. Oh, is this just untitled? No, I'll add them to this one. Maybe. Yeah, no, not this one. Shape dude. No. Stream. I'm gonna... Future Ben is gonna be kicking himself when he's trying to find this stuff later. But we are in the here and now. It's fine. So I might actually just finish off this hand on the wall. Well, not really finish it off, but just something like that going on. That'll do. Yeah, I don't think I want to do the full body, just for time's sake. Let's just maybe keep this as like a neutral hand. Kind of neutral hand. Then we're gonna go to Render Town. Who's joining me? Don't really even need this anymore, but I'll just keep it there just for some context. Durdlin, as an artist finding your way up through the social media, which do you find to be more profitable so far? No one social media. I put it this way, I get paid nothing from Instagram alone. I get paid very little from YouTube. So my revenue comes from, so I think of the social media as kind of like acquisition channels. So when I promote things, basically like it gives me the ability to promote, and in different ways on different platforms. YouTube, from an acquisition standpoint, of getting people in and purchasing seems to be a more sustainable way of doing things, where Instagram is very like, if I post something I get sales, then nothing until I post again, and then sales, and then nothing, and then post again. So it's very like determined on me posting because it's such a fleeting platform. YouTube, on the other hand, it has much of a longer curve, so more and more people will discover the videos, and it's a longer form, so they get to learn a little bit more about me, how I like to explain things. They find these streams, that kind of stuff. So I'm much more interested in sinking some more time into YouTube, actually. Keeping up Instagram as I've been doing it, because that's still fun. I enjoy this stuff. It's not purely just business, right? But yeah, from a business standpoint, YouTube seems like the way to go moving forward, and throwing some more focus into YouTube, which I have been doing. It's just I've got to get a better workflow, maybe even hire some people with the editing side of stuff eventually. I'm not there yet financially to be able to do that, but hopefully soon. All right, so speaking of promotions, I'll be using the Filthy plugin mentioned here, the Filthy autofill plugin. All right, so it's a plugin that I developed with my good friend Francis, or we're developing. We released an update recently which fixed some of the bugs that I mentioned last stream. So we're always sort of working on it, and that's what I use in my day-to-day. It's something that I made because I wanted it. And you can check it out in the description if you want to try it out. But basically it just makes stuff a hell of a lot faster, and there's a lot of nuance to it as well, of what it can do, the reasons, like it can hue shift and blah blah blah. Apologies if you already know all this, but it's promo time, baby. So yeah, you watch me. For those of you that don't know about it, you'll watch me use it like I'm doing now, just blocking in the shapes, but also for experimenting with different ways of painting. It's actually helped me even understand color a little bit better as well, particularly with luminance lock, where it will lock the value and allows me to do like cool little like color shifts here and there and that kind of stuff. So I think I've got the wrong sketch as well. That's annoying. It's not going to be the end of the world. Not going to be the end of the world. We'll keep the flow going. It is what it is. Because I did two versions of this one. One that was clearer with the line work, and one that was more sketchy. This is the more sketchy one. So this is going to be for YouTube. You will see more than likely, you'll see this on the next YouTube video, and you will be a part of it. I just like the shapes that turned out here. She looks nothing like this reference, which is cool. That's generally what happens when I'm messing around. But I just like the shapes here. I like the nose in particular. I like the bigger eyes. It's kind of cool. Emily, yep. All of my streams I just leave up. Who is on my account? This is Mum. I think Mum, Dad, or Courtney, my sister, is on my account because I'm saying hi to myself. You can see Ben Eblin in the chat. Redatex. Oh, I'm glad to hear it, my friend. No, great to have you. Glad you could join. Yo, hello. Yeah, so it's not as tricky a pose as you think. If you break it down into simple shapes, you break this down, it's not that tricky, particularly because it's head on and it's foreshortened, right? If there was more twists and turns and that kind of thing, yeah, it would be trickier. But again, other people might find certain things more difficult than others. So I'm going to be using this shape, this base shape, just as like an underlying base shape. And then I'll use the Filthy plugin just to sort of knock in some of the skin tones. Just real quick. The cool thing is this keeps it loose for me. It keeps me for a very large portion of the painting workflow. It keeps it looser, it keeps it more blocky, it keeps it more shapely. Mum's in the house, Mum's in chat. Everyone say hi to Cheryl. Oh, Marcus. Appreciate it, my friend. Great to have you in here. CN. Hello. Good morning from Germany. Animated. Unfortunately, because we're using APIs that are only compatible with, I think, up to CS 2022, so the Creative Cloud 2022, it's only going to be available, it's only going to work on the latest versions. Hopefully they'll fix the bugginess soon. I appreciate it, Key. Dario, hello. There could be only one of you. Yeah, I use a tablet, so I'm looking down at the tablet. I'm not looking down. I'm using the tablet that's on my desk. It does have a screen on it, but I don't use the screen. I'm looking straight ahead at what you're seeing right now. This one kind of gives me even like Sarah Connor vibes, or like Tomb Raider vibes, or something kind of like that even, just like with the tank top. So I might just go like with a white tank top to begin with. And then I'll give it darker hair. That's the sort of vibe I'm feeling with the hair itself. But we'll just play. We'll throw some color variations in here. We'll make it look, I want to make it look vibrant now. I've been on a real vibrant kick lately. Just making stuff look as vibrant. Within reason though, not just like oof, bumping up the saturation. Is like, it's a calculated vibrant. Alright, so let's come back in here. Let's get these eyes now. These are just the local colors at the moment. Not focusing too much on anything other than just the local colors. Like what is the thing that I'm... Just the base color, basically. Local color is a hard one to explain without showing diagrams and shit, at least for me. Because what's technically true is not how it's explained, oftentimes. But being technically correct is tricky because that could confuse, it confuses me sometimes even. So it's like, yeah, a balancing act. Okay, maybe add a little bit of the red to the lips, just a smidge of red to the lips. Bada bing, bada boom. Too much. We need to knock that back. Or maybe more purple. I don't hate that. We can play with the light on that as well. Yeah, it's giving me like real Tomb Raider vibes. Like maybe we have some like tattoos or something going on just to add a bit of personality maybe. I always just add tattoos or like freckles or something just to make it less plastic looking. Melissa, how do I manage to keep up drawing, social media, film, editing, and work-life balance? It's a constant challenge. It's one that I'm privileged to have. They're all good problems, you know. It's really, when I'm working. Like this is more airy-fairy, chatting with you guys, getting work done, like just painting, right? But if I'm working, I'm close the door, lock out everything. I'm horrible at getting back to people during the workday because I just turn off notifications, and I just need that focused time. Otherwise it gets very all over the place. You know, like there's something called deep work. Highly recommend. Great book, by the way, actually. Where is it? This one. Highly recommend this one. Deep work. Fantastic. For just blocking it out. Because I would rather just like 4 hours of work in a day that's just like really focused versus like working 12 hours in a day and it's all scattershot all over the place. So that's one thing that really does help me. Okay, so we've got this. Let's add in some like color variation on these local colors. What I mean by that, let's make this shirt like off-white maybe. Like almost khaki, tan sort of color maybe. I don't know. That's cool. And also reusing, like being systematic with my process as well. So I'm doing this stream here, which is content technically, but I'm just having fun chatting to you guys. But then I'll use this in a social post. I'll use it for my next YouTube video. I might use it for a reel as well. So trying to like use multiple different, basically doing something once and then being able to use it in multiple different contexts helps as well, instead of creating new things all the time, which I was doing, and that was burning me the out. And it's all a learning process. I wouldn't have known otherwise. Let's actually try, let's try luminosity lock, okay? So say I want to keep the luminosity, meaning the brightness or the perceived brightness. If we go black and white, this value essentially, I want to lock this value, okay? So, whoa. So let's knock it down. Let's see if we can match this. That's pretty close, right, to this value. You can't really see that, but it's a different color, right? So what we can do is, because we've got luminosity lock on, any color that we choose, you're not gonna really be able to see it in black and white, right? And this is using this filthy plugin. I've got no issues with mentioning it all the bloody time because I use it all the bloody time. Then we go back to color. We've got all like, it's green, right? We might not want this, but if we wanna like jump the colors about the place, right? And just be like, we got all different colors. I'm not gonna do this. This is just a demonstration. Let's say we want like all these different colors in here, but keeping the same value. We've got it, baby, with luminance lock. It's sick, I love it. But we're gonna be more toned down with this though. So I'm gonna delete all these rando shapes. And let's get that saturation down. Hue shifts. Right, so I might want the cheeks a little bit red. And we can also use the brush, and it's going to do the same thing as well. So I might want to be a little bit more subtle with some of this stuff. So let's like bump up the saturation a tad with some of these variations. Doesn't have to always be blocky. Let's add it on the skin layer as well, just above the skin layer. Ah, Courtney's in the house as well. Say hi to Courtney's my sister. She's studying. Wish her luck with her studies. Good luck, Bubs. Hope he's doing all right. Hope you're using ChatGPT to help you out as well. All right, so oftentimes I'll love to just put this red, these reddish shapes. How's my English, hey? These warmer colors, sort of in the ears, the nose, the cheeks, sometimes on the shoulders. All right, just playing around, and maybe I'll knock it somewhat to whoa. So like maybe some of the yellows here. Oh my goodness. On the forehead. Maybe we actually have it, a few more of these inside the eyes. Maybe more of the purples inside the eyes. Just, and this gives us like a cool base to really start playing with. Maybe we've got some transitions of the ear down, and I might have like some rim light. I love making the subsurface scattering in the ear. It's kind of a habit, and it oftentimes doesn't technically, it shouldn't technically be there, but I shoehorn it in there because it looks cool. What are you going to do? It's my drawing, sue me. Animated, they do. They really do. I really enjoy Proco and Marco Bucci. Zoe, welcome. Appreciate it. Great to have you. Means a lot, Durdlin. Means a lot. Thank you. Color theory is trippy. It is. It really is. Animated, yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there to subsurface scattering. Don't you worry. We'll explore the wonderful world of color. Well, we are really at the moment. I want to have like a little bit of a graphic on the t-shirt as well. Excuse me. Let's get back to our autofill. Maybe I'm feeling like a yellow. We're still on luminance lock though. So let's get out of that. No. Let's have this kind of shape here. And because it's folded, we can have that as part of the graphic. Like the graphic is going to like distort. Right, so whatever this graphic is, I don't know yet, but just putting kind of like a placeholder essentially. And more on the orange. So it's kind of like harmonious with what's going on. It's not like a blah. But we'll change it. It will be changed. So I might just do a really like basic studio lighting. So kind of softer-ish lighting coming down here. All right, so we're going to have some cool shadows down here. This is all going to be in shadow, right? I want some opportunities for some specular highlights up here as well. So this is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to this one. So let's, it's like we've switched modes now. It's bloody values time. So we can swap back and forth. And that's a cool thing, right? You've got those color variations, but it's not changing the value. We will sometimes want to change the value with our color variations. It just gives us a good base using luminance lock. You can also use the color layer mode on the to do this as well. So let's think. Light's coming from above. I might even make a little note. What I might actually do, let's group all this together, duplicate, and then merge them all down because we're crazy. Now we're just working off of that one layer. So in doing this, we're going to be going over our lines as well. So let's think about this. Light coming from above. Okay, like a softer light coming from above. Where are the shadows going to be? So I might go multiply layer mode and just start blocking in the hard. I'll change this all the time. This is going to change constantly, like my process. There's no like one right way to do any of this stuff. But I like to change up my process every now and then. And start to think about, okay, if we're just thinking about the hard shadows, what's going to be like in hard shadow? Maybe this is going to be in shadow. Maybe not so much this. Underneath her nose. Yes, definitely. Her ear. This, you're still going to see this. This will be casting a shadow down here to some degree. This as well. So it might even come down lower, something like that. Now down here, all this torso might actually be in shadow as well. So this can give us focus on the light areas. Whoa. Another little note for those that are new here. These streams aren't kind of like teachings. They're really me just going for it and explaining as I go sometimes. So if some of this isn't making too much sense, my apologies. I'll try and sort of follow up with some reels or content that might solidify some of these ideas. And I might even make a note live here just for me to sort of make a reel on doing this kind of shadow, doing the hard shadows first. Actually, good call, Ben. Good call. Good shit. Let's just do a screenshot. Here we go. Content creation live. I'm not going to do the content, but we will see what we've got. So I'll come here to this. I'll just add a note here for hard shadows when doing whatever you call it. Hard shadows when doing shading. open this. So this is just a little database for me. So I'll go clean shot. All right, and that'll give me a note to then come back to. So when I'm thinking about doing a reel, it's there. So that's just like it takes a little bit of time, but future Ben is going to thank me for it big time. So let's keep adding these shadows in. Oh, warm up. No. We're not on warm up right now. So we'll get rid of the warm up. Animated, that's a good idea, taking your own photos for reference. Achin, BM, appreciate you. That means a lot. Thanks so much for the super chat. I think, is that super chat? I don't know what it's called, but I appreciate it. Animated, no, I'm Australian. Alan, great to have you. Great to have you here. Mark, welcome. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. The old cardigan is doing well. It's bloody cold here today. Mark, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, 30K. It's pretty nuts. Pretty crazy. And the dog's gonna go nuts. Oh, I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. Fucking frustrates me. Love them, but sometimes. Oh, I get you. Oh, you missed the dog last week? Yeah, well, they're here. I don't know if you can hear them. They're going bloody nuts. All right, thinking about this light source sort of coming down here. All right, so that's going to pretty much cover that there. So we're starting to get some volume here already. And the dogs are getting some volume as well, if you know what I mean. Think about the hair, we're gonna have a shadow in there as well, because the light's kind of hitting the top and sort of rolling down. Okay, I think that gives us a good base to start playing. Maybe do some of these little lines in here just for some little extra texture. All right, so this is going to give us some good opportunities for some specular highlights as well, which is going to be fun. So we've got this. Let's, do we merge? Yeah, we merge. So now we're all still working on the same thing. now I might want to think about, all right, these are our darkest, well, not darkest darks, because we can go in and make them a little bit darker and that kind of thing. Let's think about the, I guess, the midtones. Midtones really confused the shit out of me, and they still do. I don't even, it's not like I don't know what they are, but it's like how to describe them. They are the darkest part of the light that isn't the shadow. I think that's the way to describe it. Someone's going to call me out on that and say that's not right. That's how I think of that. Think about it, because this is kind of this cheek. And this is where like the planes help as well. So that's way too orange for my liking. Maybe multiply isn't the one. So it's kind of like I'm thinking about the transitions of, okay, the light's hitting here. This is going to be a little bit darker, but it's not going to be in shadow. This ear is going to be a little bit darker. Here. This is where we start to sculpt volume. Looking a bit weird at the moment, but we'll get there with it. Even on the eyes, that's going to have some shadow. Darken that down a tad. Sugar beets. So do I, actually. I like her nose as well. So let's darken this down. And maybe, just for some clarity, let's add in some lights. So I might even just lighten the skin up just a tad. Whoa, that's not a tad. I'll use screen layer. How's that looking? So yeah, maybe do something like that. So that's kind of like our lightest lights on the skin at the moment. So there might be a ledge there under our eyes. That ear's going to catch a little bit. This hair is going to catch some of that light as well. Maybe not that much on the top there. And because this light source is like a fixed light source, I'm wanting to lessen the intensity down here. So we might have this in light, right? But eventually I want to sort of knock that back. So maybe keeping her face as the kind of focus or center point, I guess. Even going back and forth between the values. See how it's starting to look more sculpted? Just a bit. but it's enough to start to see, okay, we're working with something. So let's merge that down. I'd like to do some more carving in the hair. Give it a little bit of texture. Too much, too much, too much. Just wanted to break the silhouette a little bit. Dwakesh, good to have you. Yeah, animated. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. Recently, I've just started. I've been enjoying just sculpting with shapes. And here, if I want a bit of that, those hue shifts, right? So if I was going to go extreme, each shape is going to be a different color, right? Depending on what color I pick. So if I just want to have those hue shifts just a tiny bit, it's just going to give that extra little bit of something, you know? Let's fill this eye in. Alright, so we've got some shadow there, so it gives it more volume, more roundness. This eye is going to be curving away from us, so it's going to be a little bit darker. And here, maybe we just add in a specular, just to give us some indication of where some of these speculars might go. I appreciate it, Animated. Thanks for popping past. Have fun with your deep focus. Big fan of that. As the dogs start barking. Right on cue. Gotta love them. A little bit of those teeth. She's looking a little bit Neanderthalish with that like underbite, but I kind of like that. She's like, hold on. What did I just hear? It's just a tad darker. this here just a tad lighter. And here just a tad darker. So it's really, we really are just sculpting. Systematically going through and asking what's light, what's dark. How do you keep your lasso selection shaped well? It's practice, and I'm not trying to do like big, like really big, because that's where it gets a little bit wobbly. I wish you could do smoothing with the lasso tool. But I don't think you can. I might just want a hint of just like nah. I might duck that down a little bit darker as it starts to wrap down underneath the chin. And yeah, just thinking more blocky has sped up my workflow like crazy. Let's see if we can get this transition feeling better around that deltoid, that shoulder muscle. Is that what synthwave is? It's just like do 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 do. Boom, 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 boom. Pretty sure that's just what synthwave is. Do I want to... We could use a smudge tool just to start making some of these transitions a little bit more realistic for the lighting scenario. But we're going to have to come back in and fix up some of that as well. Could even do some of the old airbrush. All right, let's clean up some of these lines. I think let's get a little bit clearer with our thinking. Dirtlin, I'm Ben from the future. You're in American time zone. Yeah, it's Monday here, 1:26 p.m. Dwarkesh, yeah, I've got something coming out in a couple of months that might help with sort of explaining some of this color stuff. It does give it kind of a holographic feel, doesn't it? Like if you do this sort of stuff and then kind of just get the shapes sort of feeling okay. Or the values, I should say. So let's come in, clean up some of our lines here. How are the values feeling? There's some weird stuff going on with the face there. Mike, welcome back. Good to have you. Sugar Beats, unfortunately it doesn't. It's only a Photoshop plugin. So I'm just trying to round out the forms here, right? Catch you later, Sugar Beats. You have a good night. Cat lover, how you doing? Welcome. That is a long avatar name. Alright, let's clean up some of these shapes around the edge of her face. Why? Ah, because I'm in grey, that's why. Even this is looking a little bit sloppy, so let's shape this up a little bit. Might redo this altogether. Oh no, that's alright. Awesome, Alfero. Billy. Oh, that's fantastic. It's helping your workflow. That's so cool to hear. That's very, very cool. Deep end with these. Yeah, Mike, jumping in the deep end isn't a bad thing. It's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, the top-down angle. It's tricky because you're working with foreshortening and all that sort of stuff, but it's good because now you're going to have more context for when you try it again. Let's play with the shapes in the hair. So I think the silhouette could be a bit nicer maybe. Yo, how do you develop your shape design and keep it consistent? That is a very good question. And I don't entirely know how I keep it consistent. I change it around from piece to piece kind of, but I just try things out. And say, for example, if I've got more angular shoulders, I'll keep the shoulders more angular. And then maybe I'll keep the chin more angular on this, like if we're talking just like on this particular character. Right, so it's about having a consistency on a character by character basis and kind of like reasoning with yourself, like, okay, if this character has more angular features, I want to do the same for the hand, right? So I'm going to make the fingers a little bit more angular, the thumbs a little bit more pointy, right? Even the hair. And that's the sort of consistency that I'm looking for. If that makes sense. If that makes sense. Alright, it might be another quick break time. Abhishek, welcome back. Thanks so much, man. Now I'm looking at getting it out there. Dylan, welcome. I'm doing good. I'm doing well. How you doing? Alright, let's do a quick little break. 10. Let's make it actually fit the bubble. Back in 10 mins. There we are. Good to hear, Dylan. Ah, the whole piece in itself, yeah. One thing I guess is just keeping consistent. If you're looking down on something, then everything else, and it's tricky. It's freaking tricky, and like a bunch of iterations need to happen to make it sort of all fit in and that kind of stuff. But yeah. Good luck with it. You'll do great, and don't stress about it. Ambition is good. That uncomfortable feeling, learn to love it, baby. All right. I'll be back. And we're back. A little bit longer than 10 minutes. My apologies. And the music stopped. No, the music stopped. And we're back in the game. I've got my... I might crack open Blender to get some lighting reference that we can use. Alfaro. Awesome. Have fun at the gym. Sebastian, thank you for getting the plugin. There should be a little... I haven't got a video tutorial in the Gumroad for Windows. If you just Google or YouTube install plugin on Windows, it should be the same there. But if you're having trouble, DM us at Make Now Think Later, the Instagram account. So that would be go to both Francis and I. If one of us misses it, we'll grab it. Elena, welcome. Good to have you. Catch you later, Durdlin. You've probably already gone. Ray, how you doing, my friend? Whoop, music stopped and we're back. Billy, that's the next update that's coming. So you'll be able to make it, make this guy smaller and thinner. So there's that update coming very soon. We're also working. I'm working on getting a contact at Adobe for their development team. So I'm working on, because I've had a lot of questions about the hotkeys. At the moment, what I've seen with plugins, you can't actually access hotkeys and trigger things with hotkeys or shortcuts or that kind of stuff, which is annoying, but there might be a way to do it. So hopefully I can get a conversation with one of the dev teams for us to be able to do deleting shapes and add a whole bunch of stuff in there. So that'll be good fun. But appreciate the feedback as well. We want all the feedback that we can get. Roger, welcome. Good to see you between class. Nice. Okay, so what I mentioned earlier. Let's crap open Blender. Let's crack open Blender and give ourselves some really good lighting reference, because I can just do this by eye, which is all good. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But what I would like to do is just put my computer through hell. And let's see if we can figure out and just create some lighting reference in the old Blendy. Alright, so I'll just use even just a sphere. Or do I sculpt? Do I do a quick sculpt to get some of the forms? Billy Legend. Do you mind if I use that on the landing page? Like a little testimonial? That would be very helpful. If not, no stress. But that's very cool. That's a first I've heard of someone using it in their professional workflow. All that it's only just launched, but that'll be wicked. Yeah, cool, Dylan. That's very cool. Yeah, maybe I do a sneaky little, a cheeky little sculpt. Now, I haven't sculpted in a little bit, so it's got to be jank, but that's fine. 100%, but if you could actually DM me that'd be phenomenal. That would help us out a ton. All right, let's maybe do a cheeky little sculpt. How do I do this again? I haven't done it in a little while. I haven't done it in a minute, as the kids say. I'm 29. I'm not that old, but okay. Do I just start with a sphere? Bye default cube. Toodaloo. Let's add a UV sphere. Maybe scale it up a little bit. Finally getting some sculpting back on stream. Yeah. Okay. So let's go sculpt mode. Use the move tool. Now how is it F? There are. Muscle memory's coming back. So let's look at, we want symmetry. We don't want to be messing around with this. So let's play with some of the symmetry and just shabam. She's got like a really like forward jaw. This is going to look jank for a long time. That's one thing with sculpting, and for the longest time with drawing, and sometimes still is. It's just going to look jank as hell until it doesn't. We might not go full detailed with this either. Let's get this in frame as well. My apologies. And then move this just so we got some context on what we're working with. All right. Got the skull is a little bit back there. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. So I'm not even sculpting per se. I'm just moving bits and pieces around. Then what is it? Retopolo is, yep, Command R, and then it's a Shift R. There, it's all coming back. It's not been that long, or I have to relearn the bloody thing. But it's not a bad idea to keep things pretty low subdivision level to start with. Key. Yeah, it's about 2 p.m. here. I just had a protein shake on break, so I'm all good to go. But I appreciate you looking out for me, because I will forget. Means a lot. Sebastian, I haven't really worked in the industry per se. I've kind of come into this through the back door, as I say often. I haven't really done much freelance work. It's all just through Instagram. Like, simply put, it was really a lot has just been through Instagram. Any opportunities of freelance work with studios and that sort of stuff has been through Instagram, them reaching out, or through email because of Instagram. So that's really where I just started posting. I don't have a portfolio. Instagram is my portfolio, but I'm not looking for work. I'm also doing workshops for companies, which is cool. I really enjoy that. And yeah, I wasn't in the industry before any of that came about, which is kind of weird and cool. And just like shows that there's all different ways that you can get into just making fun stuff and sharing it with others. All right, let's throw a neck in here because without a neck it kind of feels wrong. Let's add a cylinder. Rotate that on the y-axis. Skinny that boy up. All right, let's put some more primitives in here. Let's go another cube. We want X-ray mode. So here I'm just putting, this is how I draw as well. I'm trying to think about these primitive shapes. No, that's going to mess it up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Uh-oh, what have I done? What have I done? What have I done? Ah! So these two... Nah, let's just go these ones, move them in a little bit. So just see how it just gives us that nose to start with. And then I can do one of two things. I might put another loop. So these are called edge loops. So if we come here, I can put one in the center, which gives me the ability to move that nose up and have it feeling more like a nose. Right, even have that little point, and then what I'll do is I'll just use that, go back in sculpt mode, get rid of X-ray mode. Whoa. And there's some issues here. It's not symmetrical. Why is it not symmetrical? Oh well. We'll work with what we got. What I reckon I might do, make it a little bit smaller, because this is just a quick one. And then we can merge those two down eventually as well. Again, gonna look jank as hell for a little bit, but we'll get it there. And those Blender users are probably yelling at their screens right now saying, what are you doing? And I'm with you. I agree. I concur. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, then I might grab the drawer. Oh, this feels good to get back into sculpting. This is nice. Very nice. Let's see if I remember how to do this. If I wanted to get this, how would I go? Object symmetrize? Symmetry. Object. Or is that in edit mode? Face, symmetry, vertex. mesh, symmetrize. Not that way. Not that way either. See, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just pressing buttons. There we go. So now everything's back in symmetry and we can continue. So now what I want to do is go back to sculpt mode. Hopefully this isn't boring for anyone, because it's very fun for me, because we're going to be using this for our drawing as well. So Mike, alrighty, thanks for popping in. I'll catch you later. I haven't played with ZBrush, no. I played with Nomad Sculpt. That's really fun. That's really cool on the iPad. That's really, really cool. Now, how do I select this while in sculpt mode? Does anyone in chat know? How do I select other objects while I'm in sculpt mode? I'll be forever in your debt. If you could let me know. Let's pinch some of this down. Let's start getting some of these hard planes. Do we have any Blender users in chat? Yeah, definitely, Billy. Definitely. That's one thing from doing this. I talked to no one in the art space, like, ever. This was all just in my head. I was just doing this for fun. Still am. But yeah, talking to people that are going through the same stuff, trying to figure out content, that kind of thing. Having people around you is like so underrated. It's wicked. I might have to do a quick goog. Side quest. Select objects in sculpt mode. Blender short cut. I know there's a way to do it. I did it all the time. Alt Q. There we are. I think. Bada bing, bada boom, baby. I think. Yeah, we're in it. Good job, team. Problem solving. So what she's got here actually is a little bit more of a curvature to her nose, which we can add in. Now the nose is looking a little bit big, but we can always play with that, that's fine. Are you hearing the voices, or is that in my head? Okay, it is the music. Whew. Thank goodness. Playing it up. Yeah, I've got to do this more often. Sculpting's so bloody fun. Tell you what. I tell you what. Okay. I'm getting too finicky. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Claire Bussy, thank you so much. Rodia, yeah, it's going to become less and less technical. It's going to become more and more approachable, I think. I mean, I didn't start sculpting until Blender 3.0 came out. Was it 3 or 8? I can't remember. Where the UI changed and it sort of made a lot more sense to me. It was less of like a, Jesus Christ, what are all these buttons? I mean, it still feels like that, but it's worth sort of the kind of learning curve, and it's just that little bit easier, you know? I think what she needs is some, actually, what I'd like to do, put a crease in here. Crease brush, crease. We come here and we just go bada bing, bada boom. That did, oh no, I'm not on the right thing. Crease here, and then pinch it in, and then flatten this out. So that's like the inner part of the brow, or like, I just want that hard line. This is something that I struggle with, is getting that like real hard line and really planing things out. Like I want to dip in there. This is where masks come in, actually. So mask, maybe this is an opportunity for more of a mask kind of thing, just like with Photoshop, like with clipping masks and that kind of thing. So if I want to sharpen mask, no, sharpen mask again, sharpen mask again. If I move this stuff around now, it's only going to affect the stuff that's not within the mask. So this is a good way to kind of do this kind of stuff, I guess. Right, which could help put a little bit of, I'm getting too finicky with this nose. We haven't even got the main shapes in yet. So let's demask. How do I clear the mask? I can't remember. Quick Goog. Clear mask in Blender. Hold Shift to clear the mask of the selected region. Hi. No, clear mask. Clear the mask. Shit. Did I just hide it or did I clear it? No, cleared it. Nice. Good guess. Well done, team. Abhishek. Yeah, it's just getting used to chatting to people. It's not my default mode, to be perfectly honest with you. It's sort of like I'm more on the introverted sort of, but it's not like I don't talk to people. I get my energy from when I'm alone, more so. I can go out and be social and that kind of stuff, but it takes it out of me. And then I kind of recharge on my own. So yeah, just start chatting if you feel like it. If you don't. There's no stress either way. Okay, let's throw some ears in here. What am I looking for? Object? No, I want to add. Cylinder. Rotate X. That'll do. Rotate Z. Bada bing. Move it on the Y. And then I want to locally scale. No, I want to locally scale. So it's kind of like there. Yep. All right, then I want to locally rotate. No, I want to globally rotate that ear. And then what I can do, there's these things called modifiers. And I can mirror this based on that. So now I've got 2 ears. So then if I move one, they move together. So I think when I come into sculpt mode, it will still show both of them. We can like move them around and sculpt them, and it will happen to the other one as well, which is super handy. This kind of reminds me walking into the nightclub in Grand Theft Auto Vice City. So you've got a much sharper jaw here. We can maybe even use the draw tool to sort of do some stuff here. No, that's not the draw tool. I could invert it, but that's fine. Alright, slowly getting there. She's got a little bit of a jaggedy jaw. That's fine, we can fix that later as we get our subdivisions smaller. Alright, what else? Maybe we put what I might do with the ear is we'll go to edit mode, inset these faces. Whoa, wrong. Here, inset, no. We need to select the face first. Select this face. Come here, inset. Alright, and then we'll inset again. And then we can move that in. But bam! Oh, no, not quite. I want it kind of in like that. Yeah, that gives us that inner ear, which gives us more form, more stuff to play with. And then we can even have that little triangle bit. How do we want to do that? Yeah, look, a cone will do. And then we come over here. Yeah, you'll notice I don't know how to explain stuff. I'm just like, go over here, click this thing, squish this thing. So I'm just going to squish this on the X like that, which will give us that silhouette. Rotate it on the X and rotate it on the Z. Scale this bad boy down. Maybe we thicken it up again. And then scale on the Y. Then we can do our little modifier trick again. It's not really a trick, it's a function within Blender. Now we've got those two little pointy things, which gives us something to play with. Then we can come back here. We go into sculpt mode. And then move some of this in because it's part of the ear, so we don't want the head to be clipping through. Something like that. Not perfect, but it will do. Now, how do we want to do the mouth? There's a bunch of different ways we can do the mouth. Again, hope this isn't boring. I hope I haven't lost a bunch of you. Yeah, Ray, I reckon you should give sculpting a go, my friend. It's so fun. Joy. Use blenders to make smoothies nice. Key. Oh, look, emotional support. I appreciate it because I'm going to need it as I'm getting into sculpting. It's a bloody tricky game. See you later, Mum. Love you too. Say bye to Mum, everyone. Cheryl. I'm doing well, Zane. Hope you're doing good. Thomas Love. It's 2:30 p.m, so good afternoon. Thanks, Key. Yeah, it's getting there. Thomas Love. It's a part sculpting stream. So I started with this. I wanted to use Blender for a little bit of lighting experiments. So I'm just doing a quick little sculpt. Really just having fun with it. Okay, so what I like to think of is what are the simple shapes of, say, like the lips. If I was going to do the lips, what are the simplest shapes? How can I simplify them even more than what they are here? So I could even think about 2 half circles kind of just open. Right, so I might give that a shot. I'll show you what I mean. So if we get a sphere and we kind of just move that out, and if we cut that, and this is why I think 2D artists should really, really, really get involved in the 3D space, because it's how, at least for me, it's how I think with drawing. So if I want to remove that, and how I try and simplify things. Okay, so now we've got, like, say, the top lip. Doesn't look like it at the moment. It definitely does not. I was actually talking to a 3D sculptor the other day. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Polygon. I was having a chat to him. We got a little collab coming up, which I'm looking forward to. But he was saying, like, because he's learning to draw after learning 3D for a very long time, and he's phenomenal at it. Like, I highly recommend checking out Polygon stuff. And he's saying he actually really likes drawing because of the speed of getting the idea down, which is fascinating to me, because it's, yeah, just hearing that sort of perspective. So this is what I mean by that top lip. If we rotate that and have that as like the top lip, and we've got to knock in some of this stuff here, and then if we duplicate this shape and then just have that come down and then rotate it around again, now we got that bottom lip, and we can have that even jut out just a little bit more as well. And we can scale them both down, I think. So now it's like, doesn't look right, but it's kind of looking okay. It's getting there, and we can sculpt this and make them more triangular and all that sort of stuff. And we'll merge them in eventually as well. Whoa. See, some of this stuff just keeps jumping around on me, and I don't know why. Like that. If anyone knows why, call in, help me out. I don't have a phone line, but yeah, you know what I mean. You know where to reach me, in the chat. Yeah, Billy. Yeah, I highly recommend. That's exactly what I use it for. I started to use it for reference myself, understanding these shapes. Because some shapes that I make, they can't really work in the 3D space. And you find that out pretty quickly. So doing this kind of in tandem is a fun exercise. And the cool thing about this, we could like 3D print this if we wanted to as well. First, you would need a 3D printer. All right. Now, her lips look ridiculous right now. Ultimate duck lip. But then we can even adjust the jaw a little bit. Again, it's going to look jank as hell. Just wait. This is going a little bit further than just a quick lighting setup or experiment. Also, any of you that are looking to get into Blender for the sculpting side of things, the move tool, okay, versus like the draw tool is your best friend. Notice how a lot of it, I'm just moving shapes around. I'm not even sculpting into stuff as much. I'm really just moving. That's one of the big things that I've found. Moving shapes. And then you can go in and sculpt once you've got those big forms feeling right. It helps a lot just to be able to move things as you go. She's got quite a flatter top of the head as well. It's looking very like Egyptian-esque, like, but like hieroglyphic Egyptian. Speaking of, have any of you watched Uncharted X on YouTube with like the Egyptian stuff? That is freaking fascinating. Like, holy shit, fascinating. Basically, long story short, we don't know what's going on in Egypt. It's very, very interesting. It's like statues and that kind of stuff from like thousands and thousands of years ago. They don't really know, like there's no evidence of tools that they use to actually make these like precision sculptures. And the stone that it came from is like thousands of miles away. And it just, yeah, it's fascinating. Really, really fascinating. Highly recommend checking that out. Okay, so I've got a little bit of a plane here as well, which I can... Oh, let's get back to the hair. We're in the head. A little bit of a plane here. Bada bing, bada boom. Gotta carve that in a bit, carve that in. And then you can just draw like this, just like draw on 3D shapes. So satisfying. Let's knock the back of this head in. She's looking a little bit weird. See, this would give us all the information that we need if we wanted to light this. Alright, so if I just save, just so if shit goes south. Stream, girl, face. And I'm gonna, that's a problem for future Ben. But even here, right, you can see how, wherever we put the light source, is going to affect these shadows a lot. And we can see where all the bumpiness is, and it's really like rough and whatever. We can just start playing. We can change the materials. We can make it a little bit more specular. So we can show those specular highlights if we wanted to. And if we knock this color down a little bit. See, now we can see where those specular highlights would hit. You know, based on this light source, which is kind of where I wanted it. And that's why I wanted that light source to be here, so we'd get like a specular highlight up there. And then where else could it be? So we can choose all of these. I think you go bap, 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 Command L, link materials, good one. See, so this lip, have a little bit of specular maybe. I think what we need to do though, add in the eyes. The eyes are gonna help us a lot. Thank you for indulging me with sculpting, everyone. Again, I hope it's not boring, because I fucking love it. What am I trying to do? Mirror. That's what I'm trying to do. On the y-axis. So eyes might be around there-ish. Seems about, that'll do. And then to do the eyelids, this is a nice little trick. Just like we did with the lips, how can we simplify things? So if we duplicate this sphere, we've already got them mirrored. So then I would go edit mode. No. How do I? No. That's what I want. I want see-through mode. Definitely not a technical term, but you know what I mean. Close that off. So now, if we come here and we just scale it up just a tad, and then we rotate it on the Y, then we scale it up again, we got nice little eyelids. And we can see that the eyes are way too big, or the nose is too thick. Maybe that's an issue. And we can do the same for the bottom, the lower lids as well, and then we can tweak them a bit later. So we come in here, maybe the nose is just that little bit thinner. All right, so then those eyelids are going to do some different things as well, so we've got to take that into account. See how we're just getting that real basic 3D idea, at the very least, of this character. Tom, I'll try and remember that. Yeah, Polygon's great. Yeah, me too, Tom. Yeah, same. He's a massive inspiration. That's cool, Key. That's very cool. Reverse engineering what's on the surface of the rocks. That's cool. Dwee, hello, welcome. The Grand, good to have you. Good to have you. Blissful, I appreciate you. Tom. There is there is an update, so I recommend reinstalling it. I changed the shapeshifter name because there was another plugin. There's like an AI plugin called Shapeshifter. So then we just made it filthy. Same thing. But no, there is a significant update. So I recommend you getting the latest version. Yeah, Key, same. Same. Oh, Tom, I've got to check the Discord. I've just been absolutely flat out. Got to go back in the Discord and yeah, catch up with the comments and all the artwork you guys are putting in there is phenomenal. All right, let's grab this guy, duplicate this, rotate it around so we've got some of the lower lids going. All right, so now we're starting to get a bit of personality with it. A little bit, just a smidge. And the cool thing is, because this is mirrored, we can scale it and they all sort of scale together. What I might have to do as well is knock this, just do a little bit of persuasion of the shapes. Make them an offer I can't refuse. Not that I can't refuse, it can't refuse. Maybe the nose. Maybe that feels a bit better. Yep. And then this ducks in like that. The eyes still a little bit smaller, I think they need to be. I'm just eyeballing it. If you want to leave after that, I agree. I do not blame you. This whole chin needs to be moved up a tad. Let's remesh. Did that do anything? Remesh, cool. Okay, so now we can start to get a little bit finicky. Not too finicky with the face shape. This needs to dip down a tad, I think, so we see more of the eye. See how we're just using primitives. Start off with the primitives. That's how I like to think about 2D drawing as well. Let's sharpen some of these edges up. I love the pinch tool, because you can just go pinch a pinch. Now you've got that really nice sort of plane, and you can soften that later on. Pinch this nose. Now let's look at this transition between the top lip and the mouth. I think Oh, that I'm still on the pinch brush. Let's sharpen this jaw right up as well. Just go bam, pow. I still would like to have a little line here. Right, so there's just like a clear plane between this side of the head and sort of the cheeks here. I think we can scooch old mate ear holes in the head a little bit more. Arg. Awesome. Yeah, I should do a mermaid. I want to do my mermaid story though first before I go. Where did I learn that skull shape? By looking at other artists, really. And just pushing the regular skull. Maybe this is a learning opportunity. So I've got, oh shit. We've got teeth flying everywhere. So this guy's like broken at the moment. His head's come off, but yeah, he needs some urgent medical attention. What a jaw dropper, Twisty. Well done. You get 6 internet points for that one. All right, head's back on. So I just study this guy. Like I draw a lot and just understand some of these shapes and how, and just being free to like extend things while still keeping some of the proportions. You know, like here, if you're looking at what's here, the jaw is going to be like way forward, right? So this is going to be like all the way forward. And it's going to like kind of distort. But yeah, it's really just taking the real thing and not being afraid to make it look shit and then keep tweaking it. I didn't know. No, I'm definitely not a chiropractor. You look what happens when I start handling stuff. Bloody stuff starts falling apart. But we've also got the Asaro head. Which is very useful for simplifying like the planes and all that kind of stuff. Right? So you sort of got the skull, then the Asaro head, and then you just sort of try and get somewhere in the middle between the two, and then you just push the shapes as best you can, knowing that it's going to look weird, because if you don't try and you don't push it far enough, or as far as it can go without it looking weird, then you don't know the limits. All right, back to enough show and tell, back to sculpting. Let's look at the jaw. Knock the jaw out maybe a little bit. No, too much. Okay, so what's the next part? Is it to... rotate the eyes forward. So now we've got some potential direction of the eyes, and we can sort of make this Yeah, something's off here. She looks very concerned. She's like, Maybe the eyes are even smaller. I think the eyes might need to just be even a tad smaller. And maybe, yeah, let's merge this top lip. How do I do this again? Join. Command J. Did that work? Get out. Or did it? I don't know. Maybe it messed up. So now that top jaw, or that top lip is kind of connected. Actually, no, before I do that, let's shape these lips up a little bit more. There's another thing called like a subdivision surface, which makes it go all wacky. So one way to help that is if I'm kind of just talking for myself as well, just to remember, so don't, apologies if this is annoying. So if we come here, then we come here, subdivision surface. So now it seems a little bit more workable. Let's make it more triangular. Oh my goodness, why does it keep doing that? Someone could help me out with that, that would be amazing. As to why it keeps zooming out like crazy for no apparent reason. I'm doing something wrong, I know that, but I don't know what. I even think this could be up more. This sort of kick back even more. Looks like she's got a mustache. We can do the same for the lower lip, just so it gives us something a little bit closer to what I'm after before I start sculpting on it. So I'm not sculpting from real sort of primitive shapes. Do the same, subdivision surface, do a couple of these guys. Then here, we want symmetry. That'll do. So now I'll merge this, so Command J, I believe, and then remesh. No, we come here, remesh, and then we can kind of, come on, stop being weird. We can be a little bit more finessey with our transition into the lips. We finessed. Then we can use the move tool. There's this cool tool called Inflate. So we can like inflate the lips a little bit more so it looks more like a lip. Sharpen these up just a tad. Getting there. We got that like bottom teeth as well, which will be cool to throw in. Now I'm thinking, do I want to merge? Yeah, bugger it, merge it, then remesh again. Then maybe we put the teeth in as well. We can maybe grab, we can do a little bit of a, not a cheat, but just reusing some of our assets. We don't need the center or the mirror modifier. We can just have that. Ooh, no, wrong. Rotate on the Y. Have that poking through. Just that bottom teeth showing through. Maybe not as much. Then we need to like kind of dig out some of this. Which is not a problem. You can go to planesofthehead.com. Go check that one out to get the Asara head. Foxy Boy, welcome. Yeah, Billy. That's very true. Yeah, the maquettes. I didn't realize that they did that for the longest time. Maquettes are super, and that's what sort of prompted me even as well to do this. To learn more about 3D modeling, because it's what they do. The top artists. So this is, you're making your own study tools. No, it does look like she's got punched in the lip. It looks weird. We'll get there though. I think I've gone about this kind of an ass backwards way. I don't think these teeth would be that far out. They might just be showing. Yeah, lips are hard. Lips are tricky. Let's sculpt this nose a little bit more. Then maybe we merge that in with the rest. Let's see what the lighting looks like. See, we can get some cool lighting reference just from this. And then if we go to cycles, let's save just so it doesn't shoot itself. You get more realistic lighting. Yep, Tom, I agree. Tony, I don't have a number pad. That's the issue, I think. I've just got this kind of keyboard. Just a normal Apple sort of keyboard. Twisty. He almost swore. Fucking, I will almost swear and I will swear. I can't help it. Renetta, welcome from Bulgaria. That's so cool. Catch you later, Tom. Good to have you. Can you tell your trick of erasing slightly and erasing it 100%? CGI, I'm not sure what you mean. Are you talking about sculpting or painting? We're talking about erasing. See, sometimes it's tricky. Actually, has this got a modifier on it? Yeah, it's a mirror modifier. I shouldn't be doing anything crazy. Let's add in some eyelashes because that can help as well. Again, I think the eyes are too big. Well, let's try some eyelashes. There is a good, or one of many ways to do it. I like to get a plane. Scale it on the X. Give it some old loop cuts. Then solidify so it's got a bit of thickness. Then subdivision, surface. Then bring it here. We will add a, we'll come back to object, we'll go mirror, so it's on the same eye, and that's way too long, but we'll fix that. Now we've got to see how they're a little bit too thick. That's all right. Still too thick. There's one way just to add some quick eyelashes. But these are too thick on the inside. And that nose has got to go in a little bit as well. Oh, I've missed this. I missed getting into the sculpting. Just wish I was more efficient at it, but with practice that'll come. Then what might be cool as well, come here, your edit mode. What did that do? Did that even do anything? Material, object, single. Whoa, not what I wanted. Definitely not what I wanted. So let's get that material back that way. Let's turn it back to Eevee so it's not shitting itself. And then back to object mode, bada bing. No, we want to get into edit mode. We've got that selection. We want to add another material, which is this material. That material should be, this should be this material. So that whole thing should be that material. Cool. Now we go to edit mode. I want the eyes to be, let's add another material, which is this, then assign it. Then we've got some eyes. So we get a little bit of a, and maybe we even make the eyelashes that darker color as well, just so we got a bit of context. And the shading's a bit weird because we're in Eevee. Slowly getting there. That eye though should be white, or lighter at least. I haven't tried clay modeling key. I haven't. I'll have to check it out. I really want to make physical things soon. That'll be really, really fun. Definitely Billy. Highly couldn't agree more. Okay, let's go back to, I wonder if I can do this. If I, because I'd like to see it. If we come here and we go vertex paint and we choose the dark color and we just sick. So then we can see it while we're sculpting instead of having to, oh my goodness. So we can get that sort of vibe while we're sculpting. I would love it if Blender was just a little bit better with their painting tools. It was just a little bit more intuitive. That would be ideal. But that's fine. Can't have everything. If we come here, vertex paint, I want it to be, where's the tool? Nah, it's crossing over. That's annoying. Maybe we've got to up these subdivision surfaces or the subdivision levels. That might make it a little bit easier, or a little bit clearer. Not at all. Oh. Nah. I mean, it's not terrible, but I would like, how would I get that crisp line so as I can then view actually attribute, there we go. If we go back to vertex paint, choose the tool and then make the all off like really sharp. No, that's not doing it for me, is it? No. No deal. Yeah, how does anyone have any idea how to do that? With the eyes? Probably not, it's pretty tricky. Maybe the subdivisions just have to, or maybe I apply them. Maybe that changes it a little bit. There we go. It was a modifier issue. One more. Maybe one more ring around. Just one thing I actually learned from Polygon was having the eyes and the eyebrows and the eyelashes in can really help you sort of see where you're going and give you some context of where everything is. Cool. All right, we're back at it. So nose, that's where I was going to go. Sculpt mode. What is going on here? Okay. Wonder if we actually just... no, not yet. Not yet, I don't think. I was going to say if we come in and just merge it all in, but I think that would be a mistake at this stage. It would be a misstep. Let's give the mask a shot, shall we? So, invert the mask, nice. I want to be able to just cut, like just go bam, bam, just like cut out. I I wonder, oh, is it too many subdivisions maybe? If I wanted to, no, lasso trim. So annoying this. So we come here, and if we just go bam, bam. Ah, we crashed it. We crashed it. I knew there was too many subdivisions. Let's see how much work we've lost. Fuck. Oh, how much work have we lost? Quite a lot. Fuckers. Oh, we've lost the eyelashes. We lost everything. That's the name of the game. Oh well. No use getting upset about it. CGI. Yeah, it's called Filthy now. As in filthy. All those colors are filthy. All that good stuff. Ugh. Well, we know not to do that again. That's for sure. Oh, I can recover it. Go to autosave. Where's autosave? Autosave. Recover. Autosave. 13, 14, 15. Or Legend. Hasn't got everything back. Genesis. Oh, your beer. Or whatever you drink. Or fill the shape for me, please. There you go. Ah. Now I should resave this, shouldn't I? Or does it just save as its main one now? Right, it's saved as string girl face.blend. Okay. Whoa! Hell yeah. That's alright. Haven't lost a lot. See, I'm such a noob. It's okay. Quick tip. Don't touch this thing. Lasso trim or box trim. If you've got higher poly counts or higher vertices or subdivisions or whatever you want to call it. But how would I still want to do that though. I want to cut that out. Just simply, I know I can do it in Nomad Sculpt. Because that would be heaps useful if I can just be like bam bam, bam 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 and just start like cutting away. That would be very useful. Absolute legend, Genesis. I think even his brows could come up a little bit more. Just gives us some room to play. She looks more surprised, like she does in the concept here. Oh, CGI. Where is CGI? Oh, CGI, thank you again. Legend as well. I owe you a drink as well. My apologies. Thank you, Kelly. Thanks for shouting that out. You two are the real MVPs of the stream. Oh, that's annoying. This little fucking... Let's just go one more round. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, let's just merge these two. Whoop, no. Actually, we go back. We'll make sure that these are crossing over first. Just so it goes a little bit easier on me. Go easy on me, baby. Alright. Merge. Remesh. Did it work? Remesh. Thank you. Now this is one. Might be a little bit easier to work with. And get that brow line in there. Good work, team. Love it. Absolutely love it. Zane, yeah, I'm considering doing that. When I'm not entirely sure, I've just got a bunch of stuff lined up at the moment, so my plate is pretty full. Before I do that, though, I'm going to take maybe like 10 to 15 people through a stylized character drawing workshop. Maybe like a 5 to 6 week sort of thing. So yeah, definitely there's lots I want to do. It's just a time thing at the moment. It's an energy game and a time game. Trying to figure this out. But no, if and when I do, you'll be able to find it. Kai. I appreciate you, Kai. Oh, my bum's going numb. I've been sitting for too long. Prathav, unfortunately, I have no clue with ZBrush. I wouldn't have the foggiest. Wearing butt pads. What are butt pads? Is that not just a pillow? I need a new chair, that's what it is. This is an old one. I'm basically sitting on metal. Hey, we need to do some squats. Oh. Alright. Everyone, this is the precursor to fitness art stream. Everyone up. Out of your chair. My bum's gone numb. Air squats. Alright. My form is terrible. Oh, yeah, my flexibility is not good. What am I doing with my life? I'm squatting on stream. This is what it's come to. Get the blood pumping. Yeah. This is the right music for it as well. Far out. Yeah, my bum's gone numb. Get the, you know what? I need some like weight. And just have a bit of a walk around, just something. Get the blood moving again. Get the creative juices flowing. Something about this music. Oh. I feel like I need to have like a full, what do you call it? Like spandex suit. We do this sort of stuff. Come on, let's do it. What am I doing? Oh, my bum's come back. I can feel it. All right. Oh, got the bloody. Need to take my jumper off. Whew. Gym is fantastic, CGI. Gym is great. It's a key part of my life, at least. Just strength training. And it kind of changed everything in my life. I was actually overweight. Sort of my late teens, early 20s. So he's sweating like sinners. Oh, I like that. Okay, that's a new stream favorite we had. That's the berries is one of the sayings, and then yeah, sweating like sinners, sweating like sinners in church. Get one of these as well. Hydration. Everything. Actually need to fill it up. We're all out. By the way, can you tell about your gloves? That's not XP Pen or Wacom for sure. No, it's a Everlast. Old boxing inner glove that I just cut the fingers off of. Nothing fancy over here. That's good. Actually, give me my... Oh, hold on. I got some water here. Go for another 5 and then have a little break. Then I'll come back. Might go for another little bit because I did want to do more on this painting. Then I got sidetracked with the sculpting. Ben Sweat in Australia. Sonora Derek. Oh, we're in Arizona. Nice one. It's actually really cold here today, so it's not too bad to get a bit of a sweat on. My cardio is terrible though. I go to the gym to do strength training and weight training more so than cardio. I might go for a walk a few times a week. But apart from that, I do need to get my cardio up just a little bit more because I shouldn't be huffing and puffing just from doing that silly anti-numb bum workout, midstream workout. All right, and we're back. We're back. I hope you're all revitalized as I am. I've actually got like an Olympic bar in the garage. We do some streams with that. No, but not everyone's going to have weights and stuff. No, there's no point. You need to make like makeshift weights, like hold your tablet above your head and do squats, but that actually weighs nothing, so it doesn't really do much. Oh, feels like I'm revitalized. Well, maybe that's a staple now when I'm starting to feel the lack of energy. Get up, do something. Oh, Duncan, you missed it. You missed all the shenanigans. Welcome, Duncan, everyone, the originator of It's the Berries. I love that anti-numb bum TM, trademark it. Bam, done. Get the URL for me. Get the .com. I don't know why or what I'd do with it. Sadly doing murals. Sadly doing murals. Why sadly? Are they on canvas or you're out and about? Because they suck. Oh, that's a shame. Ah, fair enough. Yep, gotta get the money. Joker, this is like a live tutorial, yeah, I guess. Of what though? I don't know. We got art, we got fitness, we got everything. Worth the price of admission, that's for sure. Right, so I see there's a bit of a transition here. Now we can get into some of these smaller, more subtle shapes. There's like a bit of a transition between here and up on the cheek here. Just using the scrape tool. Scrape tool is one of my favorites. See if we can square off this chin a little bit. Yeah, resistance bands are great, Ray. They're good. I just go to the gym mostly. I just go to the gym, strength training. That's the one that fits with my personality. I'm not a huge fan of like the high intensity interval stuff. I just sort of go and try and hit heavier weights each time. Just focusing on those, my own sort of, and I like the feeling of not like that I'm not about to die during the HIIT workouts. I don't like that feeling at all. I like strength training because there's like 3 to 4 minutes between sets, so you can just go ham and like go as hard as you can, and then you got 3 to 4 minutes to recuperate, and then you go again. That sort of fits for me. I'm built for comfort, not speed. I'm a Renaissance man. I've got too many interests. That's what Renaissance means. No, I appreciate it, man. You should definitely, when you got a minute, I recommend a Nomad Sculpt as well on the iPad. That's really good. Just for some quick, I find it quicker than Blender actually. Like just to lay in the shapes and that sort of stuff. There's some cool tools in there that I don't think Blender has. Let's try the mask. It's gonna let me. What's the mask again? Here. Lasso mask. I want to push that in, so I want to invert the mask. In you get. In you get. And I think we should try and sculpt this neck a little bit more as well, just so it's not just sitting on a bloody lollipop stick. So let us remesh. Just get a little bit of a lower body maybe. Or not a lower body, like this part, chest area. Well, that's annoying. It's not symmetrical, so we've got to do that thing again. Select it all. Mesh. Symmetrize. Is it that one? No, definitely not that one. That'll do. So now we hold the phone. If someone could explain to me why that keeps happening, that'd be awesome. Can I align this? How do I align this? Let's see if we can figure this out. You know what? Google time. Bit of a goog. Nothing wrong with a bit of a goog. How to align an object to another blender. Give me text. I don't want videos. The align tool. Okay. Where is this align tool, Blender? Object mode, transform, align objects. Thank you. All right. There we go. Beautiful. We're back in business. Nice. How that got out of alignment, couldn't tell you. Claudia, thank you so much. Glad to have you on stream. Again, for those of you that have stuck around, appreciate you. Thanks for keeping me company. Do I use the full area of my tablet or just a portion? The full area of my tablet. So that's sort of mapped to everything here. I would love to do this in VR as well, because I just want to be able to grab like a scrape tool, kind of like this, and just scrape that face in, but just like actually do it. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. Let's have a look in rendered mode, save it so it doesn't crash like it did last time. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. Needs to, the whole face needs to come forward more. Maybe we throw some eyebrows in there, just some quick ones. How am I going to do that? There's a bunch of different ways. I might try. Any news on my next big project? Still working on it. Still getting it together. Like the stylized sort of course where I'll get some people in. My next thing that I'll be releasing is that next YouTube video that I've been working on. That's sort of taken most of my time, which has been fun. It's just gotten to that point where it's that last like 20% is taken 80% of the time to get it done. Yeah, I reckon when VR gets, or maybe when I get the latest VR that's like super high definition, that could be fun to sort of pop on and start doing it like that. That'll be really fun because all the principles are the same, right? It's just you're actually there and you're actually doing it with your hand, and that'll be really, really fun actually. Okay, I'm going to add a plane. Okay, check. I'm going to rotate the plane. Check. Scale it down. Now I want this to snap to No, what do I want? Snap to vertex. And I think no, that didn't work because that's gone through it. So I need to go to edit mode. Cool. That's what I want. But it's loose. See, there's a way to do this that I just can't remember. To have all these. Is it? There's an option here. Vertex, center, medium, active. Or maybe that's better if it sort of is on the face. There you go, that might be better actually. So then we come here and then we... Yep, that works. What we're going to have to do though is we're going to have to... What are we going to have to do? What am I trying to say? Solidify it. That's what I was trying to say. It's doing some wonky stuff. And I don't know why it's doing wonky stuff. What is that? Why? Why? Oh, my lantern. Individual origins, maybe that. There's some weird things happening here, and I really don't know why. All right, let's get rid of that. Is there any other reason why that would be doing? That I'm not sure. Really not sure. Let's shrink wrap it. Maybe that's what we've got to do, shrink wrap. Sorry guys, this is really not interesting because I'm trying to figure out this thing all at the same time, but we'll get there. We will get there. Shrink wrap. Shrink wrap on here. And then maybe we add the solidify modifier. Better. There we go. I like. And the brow kind of gets a little bit... this is doing some weird shit. Why? Oh, has it merged them? Maybe start again. And let's add a plane. Excuse me. Plane that goes here, that goes. Why is that not on top of everything? Okay, this needs to then map to that then maps to here, and then that should map to there. Cool. This one maps to here. Better. Alright. Well,
Oh, the other one wasn't working. I have no clue. Someone that knows what's going on is going to be yelling at this. That's good enough to start. Then we can do the old mirror. Yeah, Billy. The tools have become pretty freaking cool. Whoa, Sonic's here. Holy shit. We got royalty in the house. CGI. So the second YouTube video is going to be about line and line weight and how I think about that. The second sort of product that I'm going to be putting out is a course. So it's like a proper course with like modules and assignments and really the thinking behind stylization and how, not necessarily how to draw like me, although you can do that. It's how to sort of break away from photo reference, push shapes, explore shapes. We'll go into likeness. We'll go into a bunch of stuff. So basically it's, yeah, something completely different from what I've put out before, which I'm really looking forward to putting out there. But that's going to take some time. It's taking some time. Let's put like a block in for the hair. I appreciate it, Key. Yeah, this is a different beast. The sculpting, drawing, I can just go without too much thought and just sort of figure out my way. Because all the stuff I'm talking about can be done traditionally as well. It's all the same principles with the drawing sort of stuff, or most of it at least. Now maybe we might need another, the UV sphere. That's how it's getting out of symmetry, because I keep not doing it on the axis. No, this needs to be squashed. No, not that way. Not that way. That way. And then sculpt mode. Let's remesh it. I want to push it in. No, we need to symmetrize it first. Why that isn't by default, I'm not entirely sure. I'm sure that's a setting I could do. Yeah, let's go like 88 mil or like 80 mil. CGI. No, this won't be on Gumroad. This will be like a course that's available on like a course platform. Probably in a couple of months. Ideally, it'll be available. But I'm having people come through as a cohort first. And then it will be available. It just takes a lot of time. I'd love to have you, Key. Love to have you. Thungans, welcome. It is Emperor's New Groove. It does a little bit. You know why? It's what's his face? Cusco's like llama face, isn't it? Oh man, I've made Cusco, but in lady form. Good call. Whoops. Oh, well, that's kind of cool. I like that. Catch you later, Dylan. Chalkboard. No, the way it's working at the moment, you'll just have to re-download it through Gumroad to get the updates. And then just sort of pop it back into delete that folder and then pop it back in. That was the fastest way we could get it up and running. When we figure out how to do like license keys and do it all through Photoshop, it'll be a better experience for like updates. You should get an email every time we update it as well, if you do want to update it. Key, isn't it? It's an iconic... Man, I did it, didn't I? Let's get a comparison side by side. Accidental Cusco. Cusco character. Well, yes, we have made a human Cusco. Yeah, because it's the lower teeth. That's what it is. They are. Oh shit. Hold on. Yep. There you go. And even the nose. Well, oh, good one, Kelly. CGI is going to be something completely different. It'll be nothing to do with the old tutorial or the current tutorial. Sorry. Cusco's face. The face specifically designed for Cusco. Alright, I'll show you some cool things with the hair as well. This is one benefit of Blender for doing hair. Yeah, it'll be great to get your feedback on it, CGI, when it comes out. Let's use curves for doing some of these strands of hair. Cool. Good to know, CGI. Yeah, it'll be a deeper dive. Definitely. All right, I've just got to think how to do this. So what we need first is we need a circle. All right, and basically what we need is the shape of what the hair is going to be. All right, like if we cut the hair strand in half, this is what we're going to see. So this is what I'm setting up first. Maybe we get some symmetry going just for simplicity's sake. On the x-axis maybe? No, on the y-axis. No, just the y-axis. Yep. Something like that. Let's... So it's a little bit finicky to get set up in the beginning, but once you get there, it's like really, really useful. And then let's scale this on the Y, no, on the X. Something like that to start with. We can, oh my God. We can play around with it. Now what we want to do is we want to get a curve. Now these can be very finicky. And let's call this hair, shape, whoop, Harry, hair, shape, 1. Okay. So that's got to be sitting next to us here. Then we're going to add a curve. A Bezier. Alright, so now we've got the curve here. Now I'm trying to do this from memory from watching tutorials. In the curve section, we have geometry. And we want the object to be hold on, come on, come back here. We want it to be hair shape 1. Or is it profile? No. What am I doing wrong? Is it geometry? Texture, start, and active, round. Okay, so this is what I want. But I want I'm not sure if it's geometry, taper, override, curve object. Is it that one? What on earth is going on? Oh, maybe this needs to be filled. Just a guess. Maybe. I've got no clue. Maybe it doesn't. No, that's taper. We want the bevel object. Hair. Why is it? What's going on? This for sure works. I know it does. Yeah, maybe it's a UI thing. Maybe we need to switch it around a bit. The Shuffle Dance Master. There you go. There's your shout out. Oh, this is annoying. I've done it so many times. You come here, but I just haven't done it. Ow. I haven't done it in a while. Failed to find. Failed to find. That is annoying. I know how to do this. Why is this not working? Do we need to do we need a quick Goog? Maybe we need a quick Goog. Geometry, round. So we got that working, alright? So we got geometry going here. Okay, that's fine, but I don't want it round. I want object. Nah. So frustrating. Oh, cool, Destiny. I'll have to check it out. Harder than Photoshop to learn? Yeah, probably. I would say yeah, but it depends in what you're using it for. Yeah, I definitely do chalkboard, Duncan. Definitely. Let's go quick Goog. Hair, curves, and Blender, shape. Object. Make hair in Blender easy. Come on, ads. Show me. Yeah, where have they done it? Geometry. That's what I'm looking for. Where have they put it? So shout out to TLD Studios for this. I can't. Minimum taper object. Okay, so it's not taper object and it's not bevel object. Okay. All right. Yep. Cool. So it is bevel object. Oh, maybe it has to be a Bezier curve. Ha. TLD Studios. Thank you very much. Thank you, mother, for the rabbits. All right. We'll go add curve circle. That's what I did wrong. Would have been here for a month of Sundays. Now we do the same thing, but now we can come here. Geometry. No bevel. Bezier circle. Hell yeah. All right, now check this out. Then we come here. Object. No. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, no, but we want to come back here. This is all going to be worth it. I'm telling myself this. It's not worth it if this zoom doesn't keep playing up. So let's scale this down. Cool. Now we've got the Bezier curve here. So now but I don't know where it's gone. Oh, we go to object mode, and then it will show up. There we are. So what we can do, this gives us, excuse me, the hair sort of shape. So we can start placing this. But to make it a little bit easier, if we rotate this, that doesn't do anything, but if we rotate it in, maybe this is quick and dirty, this is gross, but what are you gonna do? Whoa, it's doing some weird stuff. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to rotate this thing. Oh, so much troubleshooting when you don't know what's going on. I could just... Let's get back to this view. Let's come here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Rotate this. Rotate this. And this is just a lot of playing around with this kind of stuff. But once it's there, and you don't have to fiddle with it too much. Okay, what has that done for us? It's got it in the right orientation. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. So, now we've got this kind of hair strand. What we can do is make it smaller to sort of fit the hair, or the head that fit the hair style that we want. And it keeps zooming out. I tell you what, I'm about to believe. Oh, Blender. Thank you. I don't want this thing on. There you go, that'll do. For now. It's a little bit too extreme, so I'll just knock this guy, move it on the y-axis. Cool. So what I'll do, I'll even flatten this one out. Flatten it down. Sweet. Alright. Now we come back to this guy, edit mode, and we can start placing the hair on that head. We can have it taper as well, so I think how do we taper it? We'll want to fill in the caps. So now it's like a solid object. Kind of. And actually I think we can do that with scaling it. No. Tilt radius. There we go. Look at that. So now and the benefit of doing it, going through all that rigmarole, is if we ever want to change the shape of these hairs, so we'll do a bunch of them, all we have to do is change this one thing. Change the shape of that or map it to a different shape. And there we have it. But the Bezier things are a little bit finicky to play around with, but that's okay. What's the twist? Curve, draw, tilt. What's tilt? What's the shortcut for tilt? T. Makes sense? No, is it Shift T? Shifty? No. There we go. So what's the shortcut? Oh, Control T. There we go. Okay. Now I want this. What's the radius? Shift S. Wrong. Shortcut. Oh, is it Option S? There you go. Okay. And what we can do is we can add another point in here. We can subdivide it. Subdivide. So then there's another point. Well, there should be another point. There we go. And then we can make this thicker. So it kind of tapers at the hair, right? And then we can have this sort of taper out. And there's a way to smooth that out as well. I can't remember exactly how. Just to have that smooth taper. There's a setting somewhere. I can't remember. Oh, I'm holding my breath as well. I do that often, actually. It's a bad habit I get into when I'm trying to figure something out. I'm like... So bloody finicky. But there is a way to do this. There is a way to like smooth out. Is it? No. Shape. Render. Smooth. Is it smooth? No. It's something. Definitely something. So this becomes a lot smoother. Planes active, shape keys, active spline, interpolation, radius, ease. Oh, we got it, baby. Maybe it's B-spline. Yeah, that's it. Look how smooth that is now. Sweet. Now what we can do, we place this, because this is going to be all tucked in at the back here, curve that back out. But the issue is when you do stuff like that, it messes with the tilt. Okay. Not okay. Okay. So then when we've got this, bloody eventually, if I want to have a sharper sort of line on that, I can just come back to our old mate little thingamajig here. And then that translates to that hair. So then if we copy this and we duplicate this, we can go bada bing, bada boom. And we can just go around a few times, even rotate. Let's put the origin to geometry origin. That'll work. And then we can like tweak this however we want, rotate it. More like rotate around the x-axis. Thank you very much. And then we can do some thicker ones as well. So let's say we get one of these, move that kind of back here. It's going to be maybe more of a filler or a fill out kind of thing. So we'll duplicate this one over here. move that along here, and maybe we just make him edit mode, scooch him out further, scooch him out further, just a little scooch. And what we can do as well is subdivide, which gives us another point, and subdivide between here again, which gives us another point. So then we can have two little ridges for the hair itself. And it's a little bit wider, a little bit flatter. So then if we come here, it's a bit of back and forth, but then it's done. Bezier circle 1. Sick. Now that can help us fill it out even faster. Right, have a few of these overlapping. Grab another one over here. Why is that here? Set origin. Origin. 2-3D cursor. That'll do. And then do that again. Set origin to 3D cursor. And just place it around there. Then we can come in. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's this, yeah. We need to scooch that one there. Why this has gone kind of odd and bendy, I'm not too sure. Whoa. I remember I went through this ages ago and I figured out all these little tweaks and hacks to get it to work, and I've forgotten them all. You know what, I probably would have been better off just sculpting the bloody hair. But this is more modular, I guess. That's a good point, CGI. Grizzly, welcome. Welcome, welcome. And these are probably good to actually have on top of a sculpt as well. Duplicate this here, rotate around, 3D there. So much for just a bloody quick lighting study, but we'll get there. That's fine. We're going to have some of these flyaway hairs as well. So if we wanted to, let's maybe have this one centered Or like just another one maybe over here. Give it a little rotate, throw him back up here. See, now we're cooking. See, that shits me, that. Why it has to rotate. I appreciate it, Primal. Yeah, it was definitely an ugly stage. That's for sure. Yep. You're not wrong there. Now I want to see me use Filthy to create the texture map for this head to match the 2D painting. See, that's the thing I'm really not clued up on. How do I make a texture map and make it look cool on here? That's something I've got to get into and understand a little bit more. That's a bloody good idea, though. Christian, how's it going, man? Grizzly, it does, doesn't it? Maybe that's a character. Maybe she like... Or a llama, perhaps? A Disney llama? That's a king? If you've just joined, that won't make any sense. Unless you could sort of... guess who I'm talking about. Now I can't be bothered wrapping these around all of this bun here. So let's get back to our... Oh, my bum's gone numb again. Too much information, my apologies. But it's happening. I can't help it. I don't know, something more stylistic will probably do. Now there's these things called filters. Like here, what's this? Mesh filter. It's not really working. Or is it? surface to smooth. No, that did sweet FA. Oh, back to sculpt mode it is. Ah, nice, Christian. You have to say, make sure you write in the chat allegedly, because that was a very good joke, Christian. That was a fantastic joke. Because if that was true, you could get in trouble. So, bloody hilarious. Allegedly. I don't... Yeah, it would be cool if I could render this. Not this stream, but... I've got to get back into understanding how texture shit works and UV thingies and whatever. Look, that'll do. Just for the bun. And do a couple of these flyaway hairs. So if we grab this one. We might be able to delete that one. So I want it to break the silhouette, so maybe it's coming out here, maybe we need to subdivide, go cha-cha-cha. And then make that thicker and then make this one thinner. And then copy this. Maybe because she's not in action here, it doesn't make sense for it to be flailing all over the place. Maybe it's just like a little bit more subdued. And that's fine. You got some of these that are coming out of the bun. Tilt. And then maybe just one more. I cannot be bothered finagling with this too much longer. There. Hair, not complete. Complete enough. Ares, you're my determination and energy to the craft. Don't know. I just love it. It's good fun. I don't have to think about it too much. Just the thirst for figuring this stuff out is strong and never ends. Oh, music stopped. Okay. So, now let's get the music going again. Where are you? No. There we go. View more. And we're back. Save. Now let's see how this looks rendered. Well, not rendered, but with a bit of lighting on it. Cool. See, I'd love to like 3D print this. Not this one necessarily in particular, but just stuff like this. It'd be really cool. I might even want it a little bit. So what material have we got here? Make it a bit darker. Just so we can see those specular highlights, which can give us a good indication. And then maybe the hair is just a little bit darker. Almost like one of those Disney maquettes. They're all like grayscale. So then we get every little bit of bloody hair, and then we get it to look like, look like this material. Look at that. So it's just a little bit darker, nothing crazy. Same as this one. And we can play with the lighting. Let's get the camera set up. So the view, camera to 3D view. Oh, Grizzly. Christian, I do art full time as a content creator. I appreciate it, Grizzly. Appreciate the sub. Hopefully see you back in the streams again. Hampter, welcome. to add is another plane to emulate there being something like a floor underneath her. So if this was like white, so it's more like studio lighting. So that'll be white. This would be maybe a larger. So it's going to be more diffuse. Like you see how we've got really sharp shadows here on our drawing? We could maybe make it feel more 3D and in this more diffuse lighting setup, just by softening some of those shadows. This is a great way to learn as well about lighting. So now, bugger. Let's get it back to where I want it. Okay, cool. Then let's get out of camera mode. I just need to get better at the interface and not be jumping around all everywhere. Let's give her a bit of a rim light. And turn it to spot. Power. Let's just go like 10,000 maybe. And if we go back to the camera, see how we get that rim light? So that's kind of cool. I do love me a good rim light. Then, oh God, where am I? Where am I? Can you imagine what I was like when I didn't know what I was doing? Like now pretty much, but figuring this shit out. It's so tricky. So then we come here. Bam! So now it's kind of more like studio lighting, I guess you could say. We can play around with the world. If we like get rid of everything. We can darken the world in the background a little bit to give us a bit more contrast. And then we go render image. That's going to take like 10 years. So let's not do that. Let's come back and come here and just, I don't know, make it like 100 samples. I don't even know what a sample is. I just know that makes it go faster. Render. Cool, CGI, good notes. Good notes. Yeah, I'll maybe I'll do one without music so you can choose. Oh, Key, go fix your leaky roof. Sorry to hear it. Sorry to hear it. I'll hopefully see you in the next one. Thanks for popping past. Hans. It is Blender. Hamza, I'm good. I'm good. How you doing? Ares, lost passion for what? Art? Or... Oh, Duncan. What have I told you? Unsolicited advice away. You've proven yourself to be so very, very valuable. So you get a free pass. Unsolicit your advice. Help me jump from black and white to color. There's none off the top of my head. There's a few YouTube videos maybe. I do have my tutorial if you do want to pick that up. I do have a few carousel posts as well on Instagram that talk through different layer modes that you can use to sort of lay over the 3D model. Oh, I get you, Duncan. Okay. RS. I'll come back and then I'll go for maybe another 20 minutes because it's 5 p.m. and I'm getting hungry. I'll be back in 5. So we'll have her. Everyone that's here now, you know that this means 5 minutes. All right. I'll be back momentarily. All right, we're back. My bum's numb. New stream segment. Anti-numb bum squats. Let's go. Oof. We're gonna be healthy artists. Hey. Grab a backpack or something. Get that feeling back in your bum. Oh, that'll do. All right. I'm making that part of the stream. As of now. And we're back. Oh, where's my tea? Did I even bring my tea in here? Oh. It's been a marathon, this one. How long have we been going for? I can't even see. I don't even know how long we've been going for. Image, save, desktop. Okay. Let's save that. Desktop. And we're back in Photoshop. And we've made our own reference after bloody couple of hours. But we can always go back to this now. We can use it like as a base. Or do whatever we want, really. Okay, now we've got some lighting that we can work with and have some fun with. Mark. Yeah. Yeah, maybe there is a future where it's OnlyFans. But then you're just disappointed because it's just me doing squats. Oh. Oh, fuck, it's burnt my mouth. Okay. Now let's think. What needs to be done? Let's assess where we're at. Oh, sorry. 3. Yeah, it's probably not the greatest to be sitting all day doing this, but I'm just having too much fun. Like, once I got into sculpting, all bets are off. Do you have an all-time favorite artist, art hero, any genre? Probably the closest thing to that would be JC Leyendecker. He's one of my favorites. Alfero, I did. Yeah, just did a quick bit of modeling. Yeah, man. Yeah, go back and have a look. And now, yep, a cheeky little filthy plug-in where I'm here. I'm like, I don't even know where I'm looking. Here, no, here. Filthy auto fill plugin in the description. That's what I'm using for the most part. Could even put her in the background while I'm painting. No, not that far in the background. Like just underneath here. I'm not going to be color picking or anything. This is just for my own whatever, you know what I'm saying. All right. Sculpting forms, that's what we're looking for. I might just even get rid of that little arm bit. Here, that's distracting. Okay. See how subtle some of this is. I'm not going to copy it one to one, but you'll see, we can even see here, this needs to be all a bit darker. This is going to be a nice little reference for me. Alright, so yeah, all in here needs to be a very clear plane. Just going to clear and clarify a bunch of stuff up. Underneath here, underneath there, underneath here. As I mentioned before, we could even have this very soft transition with these shadows if we wanted to. I might actually want them a little bit harder, which is fine. But I like having the option. At the very least, I can see some of these sort of shapes I can sculpt out even more. Like this cheek in here can sort of really come down and be sculpted out. Yeah, sculpting does feel very chill to me once you sort of wrap your head around it. How do I approach the variation in the skin? It's a very broad question, but let's say like I'm looking at the nose here. This nose is a little bit more red. We still want the values to hold up, right? So if we go black and white, her skin's a little bit darker. This is just as if it's like a sculpture, right? It's just one material more or less. So her skin's a little bit darker here. But you'll notice that even though we've got the redness here and the nose and even in the ears and the cheeks, the values are still making sense. So it's all about values, really. That's what a lot of it comes down to, is the values, because then you could come through and let's say, well, so we wanted this color or luminance lock this. Let's make it a little bit lighter. Oh, you can't see this. All right, so this is about the same value, okay, that I'm putting down here. If I come here, you can see all these variations in the color, but it's a very, very similar value. So it's going to still look like it's a part of the face. Even if I go pretty far out with the colors, right? And I come back here, they're going to be all over the place. But if you zoom out, it still fits. It's still within that value range. Although I wouldn't necessarily want just like random specks of super saturated colors here, although you can do that. It looks kind of cool. Values are the key with this. You can, each color has a value, like each hue has its own value. So just being really aware of that. Changing the color after you put it down. What do you mean, Duncan, changing the color after I put it down? Like the hue shifts, or? And it depends how deep that this sort of inner ear is as to how dark it's going to be and how much shadow is going to be sort of on that ear. So really starting to sculpt out some of these forms now, and even the top of the lid, that can be quite a lot brighter as well. Catch you later, Mark. Thanks for popping in. Kai, all my details are in the description of what I'm using. Yep, reality does live more in value than it does color. Definitely. Oh yeah. So all these sliders in Filthy, they update the color. And say if you have luminance lock on, this will update that base value that it's basing its luminance on. So if you have luminance lock off, you can then change it by hue saturation, kind of like you can do here, right? Pretty much the same. But then if you have luminance lock, and let's say we want to kind of match the values of this one, a little bit brighter, right? So this is pretty much on the same value as this cheek. Instead of going back and forth and trying to do it, I just want to like increase that luminance. Here I can do that, and it's going to cap it at that luminance, and then we can go even brighter if we want, and go even brighter again, right? And then we've got all those little color shifts in there, but also still keeping that value structure. Thank you, Ares. Yes, yeah, I've got a plan for a much larger course on stylization in general, and sort of getting out of copying the reference photos and not necessarily drawing like me, although you can do that. It's going to be about using your style and your sort of shapes that you like to see, and how to sort of translate them into characters and stylization and all the sort of tips and tricks. So it's going to go a lot deeper than that tutorial is going to go. It's taking a while to put together, but it's I'm really looking forward to getting that one out. It's going to be good fun. Mustafa. Yeah, I've got a lot of sort of lives and that sort of stuff. I've got a Gumroad tutorial if you want to check that out. Also got some stuff, some free stuff on Instagram as well. Some like little like reels and things that might be able to point you in the right direction. So all my links are in the description. Don't so much like that darkness in there. So, and what I think we've got to play with as well here is the occlusion shadows. I do like the trippy colors as well, Duncan, but I don't want it to be like a crutch either. I want to do them kind of deliberately, because I know in particular you've got artists like John Asaro, where they'll make these like really crazy like accents in the darkest darks, which are cool, and there's like a pattern to it, so then you'll see that show up like everywhere. So you see like really highlighted sort of colors there, and then even underneath the chin here will be pretty dark, and so there's like a pattern to it versus it just being like nothing wrong with that, but I'd like to be a little bit more deliberate with those sort of accents as well. But it's cool. It gives me the freedom to, yeah, choose to be more sporadic or more sort of controlled. I want to update this sculpt already. I'm looking at it. I'm like, ugh. We could have done better. That's cool. It gives me another thing to keep tweaking with, keep working on. Let's test out some of these specular highlights. So we're going to have something, this is where I just get a brush. We could do it with the shapes. I'd like to, oh maybe actually we do it with filthy. And then we can come back with the shapes and, with a brush, sorry. And sort of knock it back a little bit. So maybe we put them in pretty heavy. Alright, so we're going to have maybe something around here. Definitely something on here more so with her. So she's looking like really shiny, right, at the moment. That's fine. Even a little bit on her chin. Then we can come back with the eraser. And knock that back. Let's, yeah, there you go, that's a bit better. See, so with, without specular. Still not quite there yet. We'll get it there. Oh, Duncan, legend. No, that'd be awesome. I have areas. I do enjoy a good Glenn Vilppu deep dive every now and then. Look at this, right? I just saw this. We've got this color here and we've got this color here. How close do they look? Just like looking at them. But if I color pick this and throw that there, look how dark that is. That's crazy. It's like all these optical illusions we've got to tend with. Catch you later, Kelly. Appreciate you popping in. Sweating like a sandwich. Oh, fuck. That was a good one. That's one for the books. Now, because this is becoming a light source itself as well, we're going to have the opportunity to add a little bit of rim light on the jaw, which is going to help the face pop out even more. Duncan, no, he hasn't. No. Not today. Are there any modeling factors you choose to avoid for stylistic reasons? Could you explain that a little bit more? Modeling factors. Not entirely sure what you mean. I try and include them all in some way. I'm thinking about them all the time. I might not do them in like a staged, like in a very linear sort of fashion. But I'm thinking about like the center light, the specular lights, the ambient occlusion, all that sort of stuff. I haven't done too much ambient occlusion here. This is kind of like more stylistic, at least at the moment it is. No worries, Arsene. Electronic music artist, HMC or DJ HMC at all? I'm not actually, no. Tell me more. All right, I feel myself running out of steam, to be perfectly honest with you. So I reckon I might call it in a couple of minutos. I don't know if it tires me out necessarily. No, they're about the same. It depends what I'm working on though. Really depends what I'm working on. I think I'll get tired out with sculpting if I was getting frustrated with like a function that wasn't working or something that I couldn't figure out. It feels very similar to when I'm coding, because there comes a point where you've only got so much energy, and then you can kind of see the effort that you've got to put in to try and, like, you know what you have to do, but you know the effort that you're going to have to put in to then get to the solution, like the end result that you want. And it's just like, oh, cannot be bothered searching how to do this. Where at like the beginning of the session, I might be like, hell yeah, don't even think twice. But like now, if I was having trouble like getting that hair to work or whatever, it just probably just wouldn't happen. Alfaro, I think you are correct. I need to refuel. Oh, that'd be awesome, Billy. Yeah, no, looking forward to it, my friend. And thanks so much for the feedback. Glad you're enjoying it. That's awesome. That's why we made the thing. That's wicked. It's made my day. Alfaro, skull studies are the bomb.com. What you can do for skull studies as well, go into like anatomy, what is it called? Models. Like all these anatomical models, they have pretty good images of like where doctors would buy their stuff, and even bone clones as well. I don't know if you've heard me talk about that. They have like bone clones. Clones is sick. Yeah, so bone clones is freaking awesome. So you got like human skulls, and then you just have a plethora of all these different skulls and all the different ethnicities as well, which is very cool. And you can be like, okay, we'll just male European human skull, and then it gives you the front, the side, the real front, the other side, back, you know what I mean? So you can get like the little 3/4 view. So yeah, highly recommend. And they've also got like zoology and all that kind of stuff. I use that one quite a lot recently. All right, what's the highest value to time ratio thing I can do in the next like 2 minutes? Let's bump up these specular highlights maybe. Let's come and clean some of this up. Whoa.
Okay. Not a bad session. The stoic squats part. They're going to be a staple. I needed to work my legs more. The anti-numb bum squats. That's what we need. All right, everyone. Bloody hell, we've been going for 7 hours. Holy shit. Well, on that note, I'm going to leave it here. So let's do a quick recap. Let's save this. What did we do? We started... What did we start with? Hello? Oh, here. That's the issue. So we started with some figure studies, which was cool. I like this guy. I want to take him further somehow. Had some other sort of more anatomical studies that we played around with old mate here. And then we had where's she going? Just playing around with different poses and whatnot, trying to push the shapes. Could have pushed her a lot further, but that's something just to take note of for myself. I think legs could be longer. They're too close to the reference, particularly because the hands, I've exaggerated the hands, so it's not a bad idea sometimes to kind of do that with the feet as well. But that's whatever. Then we began with this one. So this is actually going to be showing in the YouTube video, because I wanted to show how line work actually really helps with rendering. And then I got off on a tangent in Blender. So then we modeled her, or something like her, just some simple shapes. And then this is where we got to so far. So not a bad little session. It's great to have you all in here. And again, thank you for keeping me company. It's an absolute blast. I look forward to it every week. And yeah, I think that's it. I've got to go cook dinner for me and my partner. She's asked me to cook dinner, and that is what I'll do. I am still live. This was a long one. This was a accidental long one because I went deep. But yeah, no, it's good fun. So thank you everyone once again, and I will catch you in the next one. And now there's an awkward fumble for me trying to stop the stream. Don't mind this. Happens every stream. It's like if you say goodbye and then you end up walking in the same direction. It's awkward. All right. Catch ya.